Jack, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see, it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown, I quit.
So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling has always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
I look and see, it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see, it's not just me.
My security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. They call us problem child. We spend our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Get wild! Yeah!
If you're familiar with how we do things often here on these Wednesdays, it's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Tell me how uncomfortable wrestling boots are, truly.
Well, mine are tailor-made for my foot.
Yeah, but you wore shitty boots over the years for sure.
Yeah, when I started, I borrowed someone's boots that were a size too small, and that kind of sucked. And wrestling boots are $400. Again, I was making $20.
Are they really $400?
I think they're up more now.
How often do you have to change them?
So I'm a weirdo, though, because I've kept the same design for my boots for my entire career.
You've never changed your design?
Yeah, I don't know why.
Is it laziness or is it content with it?
It's like this weird thing where I had them for like probably 12 years. I've had maybe 3 sets of boots. Each set lasts me about 4 or 5 years. And then at a certain point, I was like, wow, I've been wearing these boots for 10 or 12 years. I'm like, I think I'll just wear them my entire career.
That was, you made the decision.
But like, I also wore like tights my whole career. And then maybe 3 years ago, I started wearing like pants, not just the, spandex tights. So that changed. And I thought, well, if I'm changing my look, I should change everything. But the boots stayed.
And yet the boots remained.
Yeah. So I don't know what that is. I don't know what sickness in my head is just like the boots. No, like that's the constant.
Yeah, that's what happens when old people shrink. Their backs.
Easy on the old, brother. I just turned 70. Take it easy.
I just turned 56. We have the same birthday.
August 11th.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Happy birthday to you,
No,
too.
Hemsworth has the same birthday as
Really?
Yeah.
Crazy. Yeah, what are the odds?
Well, have you heard of the birthday paradox? The birthday problem?
Yeah, how does that work?
It's one of the craziest things ever. It's some statistical anomaly where if you have, I can't remember the exact number, but I think it's like 45 people in a room. For some reason, 2 people will have the same birthday.
That's interesting that it's like a lost art form. For people who don't know how you guys do a match, like there's a lot of improvisation going on.
There's an epidemic affecting thousands of young Canadians, a condition scientists are calling the munchies. I'm World Wrestling Federation superstar Chris Jericho, and I've joined forces with Taco Bell to fight this hunger. You can join our tag team. By making a donation of only $3.99, you'll receive 3 Taco Supremes and a drink. Act now, and together we can help young people like Todd pummel the munchies. Why not buy this official WWF poster only at Taco Bell?
It's time for Jim Cornette's Strike Through, sponsored by Stephen P. New. Send an email to our crew, buy a cameo or two. It's Jim Cornette's Strike Through. Come and pull up to the window and we'll open up the screen. Watch as Corny cuts a promo on that bitch at Dairy Queen. Hear a tale of Smoky Mountain and some stories from the South.
Then make like Vince McMahon and shove a sandwich in your mouth.
Mr. Savage, are you eating a Slim Jim in my gymnasium?
Oh yeah, that's just my style.
Style? Why don't you show me your wrestling style?
Macho boy. All right.
Oh. Need a little excitement? Step into a Slim Jim. Oh, yeah.
Ooh, what's happening, everybody? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show Wednesday. I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks. Can I get a And boy, oh boy, do we have a jam-packed show today, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot wait for it as everyone files in here. You guys, we have a 3-hour Dynamite on the docket today, as I'm sure you guys already know. They're seemingly extending and adding collisions and adding 30 minutes with an overrun and adding the extra hour. And they've done this, I mean, how many weeks in a row now? I think it's been over a month straight now. I think this is, someone can fact check me on this, maybe 1 week missed, but I think of the last 6 weeks, it's been 4 or 5 weeks of consistently of like 2.5 hour, 2:45, 3-hour Dynamites. So quite interesting. We have TNA's TV deal will be announced sooner or later. And we have lots of news. We have TNA news. We got tons of AEW news. You don't want to go anywhere. We have some WWE stuff. Of course, the member show, we did BFG and Raw and all of like the Vision and Rich Holland being fired and not getting paid. And what else we covered? All the TNA news from Bound for Glory. If you want all of that before it gets clipped up sometime, it'll be out, I don't know, this week, next week, whatever. Become a member for 99 cents. You get access to the Member Monday shows. We talked about all of the, from Raw and the entire last weekend of pro wrestling there. So we won't talk too much about the Vision or Rich Holland tonight, maybe a little bit, but we have lots of other news in that regard. We have miscellaneous news, and I just appreciate if you're all here, or everybody who's here, as everyone continues to file in and we start to run through some news. I'll do some plugs at the top of the show. If you're listening to this on replay, guys, the replay will be at youtube.com/@prowrestletimes. Make sure you guys hit like and subscribe. I think we're almost at 7,200 subs on the main channel, and then over on the second channel at Pro Wrestle Times on YouTube. That's where the replays are for these shows right after they are live. So make sure you guys go and sub and check out that channel as well. I have a patreon.com/prowrestletimes. And I have a video that is dropping. It was going to drop yesterday. It's in my fucking drafts, and I didn't finish uploading the video. I think my laptop went to sleep, and I know I went to sleep, so it didn't finish uploading. But Tough Enough episode 10. The season's almost done. We've almost watched the whole thing, so I'm gonna the last 3 episodes. I'm gonna be watching on Patreon with you guys as well. And what else do I got going on? The Halloween specials coming this month that I'm going to do for you guys, either live or recorded. I'm not sure. So stay on the lookout for that. That's going to be fun. And make sure you check it out. It'll drop on Halloween. Hopefully you guys have time to, it'll be like an hour or so, not too long. And hopefully you guys can check it out, because it will definitely get stricken, and the full version will be on Patreon as well. Because on YouTube, I'm going to air it, but I'm just going to be flat out playing clips from the Fed and shit. So you're going to want to catch it in its entirety. Because there's no way I don't get sniped for some of the bits. And yeah, those are my plugs. There's over 100 of you guys in here. I'm just bibbling and babbling and plugging away. So yeah, Patreon guys, super chat in. Consider becoming a member for only 99 cents, though. You get access to Member Monday shows. And what else? And we did it on Tuesday this week because WWE was all over the place. And it was Canadian Thanksgiving. And I had a blast, man. We were eating and drinking, and it was a good old time. And yeah, it was. I watched BFG. I reviewed it on the Member Monday show. It was a solid show. Tonight we have a 3-hour Dynamite, and we have tons of news. So I just can't wait to get into it all. So again, guys, super chat in, become a member if you support what I do. Check out Patreon or just hit retweet, hit like, leave a comment. That's all good shit too. Appreciate you guys. Let's get into this shit. So we're gonna start with AEW news tonight. Okay, we're just gonna start, you know, in the thick of it, as we have started doing more on these Wednesdays. And so here's our Dynamite, our 3-hour special. Again, just overloaded. Like, Tony Khan doesn't know what to do. He just overloads the card with stuff, with matches, whoever he can get to town. And he just doesn't understand that you can get rid of 3 of these matches twice and tell tons of stories in here. But how do I book every? There's not enough TV time. And Collision's going to get fucking canceled. So Sky Blue versus Jamie Hayter is going down. Okay, we like both of those ladies, 2 ladies who never win an important match. So they're going to fight. One of them's going to win, and then whatever their next important match is, neither of them is going to fucking win it. Claudio Castagnoli versus Roderick Strong. Okay, I feel like we just seen this, or we saw like a version of this in the tag match. I think there was a tag match with Paragon and the Death Riders or whatever. So okay, solid match. Why do I care about it? Well, Paragon, I mean, the conglomerate's been fighting back against the Death Riders after everyone fought back against the Death Riders, and instead of like ending or evolving the Death Rider story, the Death Riders just do more Death Riders, and now the conglomerate is Paragon's part of that faction, and people relate to conglomerations. Your everyday folk are really like, yeah, check out my fucking favorite babyface wrestler. He's in a group called the Conglomerate, and they're just like a conglomerate of other factions. Like, why would anyone care about any of this? So Megan Bayne versus Harley Cameron. Sweet. Bayne's going to get a win. Harley Cameron should be, one of the top people on their fucking show by now, after all this time that you've had to tell a story. Jesus. The Gates of Agony versus the Hurt Syndicate again. So they're just throwing down again and again and again. And I guess the Hurt Syndicate are willing to put over Gates of Agony, and they see something in them, and they think they're going to help elevate Ricochet and Gates of Agony through their feud with them. Okay, at least they're trying. I mean, at least they're trying. But at the same time, and again, it's WWE style. You got to work with people a bunch. That's what these WWE guys understand. Like, no, we're going to get our best shit after we've touched 17 times on a house show, and then we bring it to TV, right? They don't have the luxury of that. Believe it or not, that's a fucking luxury to have been able to do house shows frequently, And it's been stripped away, and the roster's so bloated. It's like, man, bring them back. Like, now everyone's just getting time off. Bring these shit goes viral now more than ever. Bring back the fucking house shows and let people, let Santos Escobar maybe go viral for some shit at a house show or something. I don't know, man. Anyways, Death Riders, Garcia Yuta, they did it. They found a way in this company. They found a way to get Death Riders with that label on top of the worst label maybe ever in their company. Death Riders, Death Ratings, right? They coincide 1-to-1. I'm not saying correlation equals causation, but hey, all I can do is fucking assume. And you have Yuta and Garcia, like literally the two guys that everyone's like, nah. Like if you guys put them in Ring of Honor, put them both in Ring of Honor, call Athena up, W. Put them both in Ring of Honor, call Shida and Mina Shirakawa up, boom, W. No. Instead, you got Garcia and Yuta. They figured out a way to make those two guys a tag team. And they're in a match with Orange Cassidy, bro. And then just Kyle O'Reilly, the only legit guy to legit. He's their size, but he's legit. So they figured out a way. Like Tony truly got to peak AEW where like ratings are dead. And he's like, I know Cassidy versus Yuta and Garcia. Like the guys you would just, when this company was formed, people were like, some people were like, oh, the future Austin and Rock. And other people with sense were like, keep them all away from each other. Okay. Garcia doesn't do it, man. He doesn't connect with people. I'm sorry. Whatever it is. And then they have no original stories for him either. Him and Yuta both are just like little whipping boys in factions. And they're just whipping boys in this faction. And he has such little ideas that Tony was doing this separately. So he had Garcia being a little whipping boy over here. Then he had Yuta being a little whipping boy over here. Now they're just whipping boys together in the same fact. Like, ooh, we are scraping the bottom of the fucking barrel here already. Moxley and Allin special face-to-face king. Ugh. No one wants to hear from Darby, okay? Here's the thing, right? With Darby, and here was the thing with Sting. Sting worked because you didn't really hear from him. He just did shit. And you didn't really know where his allegiances lied. Some people pretended to be him because they could get away with it because he was enigmatic and didn't say shit. There was fake fucking Stings because he didn't say shit. Darby, they're like, oh, he's like a Sting Jeff Hardy guy, and Sting give him the rub. And they just have him doing interviews and talking. And we're going to cover this tonight. Darby Allin, you guys see it in the title. He's a fucking idiot. This guy's an idiot, okay? And we have him, like, they're letting him talk too much. He was cool when he didn't really say much. He was cool when he had that short thing with Punk. And Punk did all the talking and getting the story over. And Darby just went, I am my own man. Right? So, famous last words before Wrestle Dream, Stat versus Storm. So okay. I mean, great. Good for both of them. I love them both, and good for both of them. I'll just leave it at that. I mean, that will be the most entertaining thing on the show, more than likely. Then you have the Ops in a trios title match against LFI with Guevara off to the side and no Monet. So if Monet doesn't come out to the ring and she's on a pre-tape again, then it could be that Guevara is not allowed on the show when she's in the fucking building. But LFI is Dralistico, Mortis, Roosh, and Guevara. He just doesn't fit. Someone pointed out that he looks like a young John Leguizamo. And I just butchered his name, but yeah, that's such a good fucking placing there. And then Hangman will be on commentary. Okay. Shout out Joe. He made some headlines here from some interviews we're going to talk about in a bit. Kenny Omega and Jurassic Express. So after, this is why this shit fucking sucks. Well, it's one of the trillion reasons, okay? So if you guys remember, right? Jack Perry fucking sided with the Bucks, attacked Tony Khan, went to New Japan, drove the short bus around, but he was like aligned with the Bucks, and he attacked Tony Khan, and he attacked Omega. And if I'm not mistaken, he was a part of that assault where Omega was like spitting up the blood. You guys remember that? Where like his stomach exploded and he got fucking hit in the belly and he hit the deck. I'm pretty sure Perry was a part of all of that. And it's like, so out of nowhere, he digs Luchasaurus Killswitch up from a grave, and then he fucking injects him with like Frankenstein juice, and then Luchasaurus rises from the dead. And then instead of being like, I'm a zombie dinosaur Frankenstein guy, it's Jack Perry and Luchasaurus just attack the Bucks. No real reason given to any of this, right? Get put in a tag match with Omega. Like, why would Omega? He'd be like, fuck that guy. I want to beat his ass. He fucking exploded my belly or whatever. And then you have Jack and Lucha just, like nothing ever happened. But you were just resurrected with zombie juice, I thought. Like, what's going on? So they don't really have an identity. There's no redemption arc. It's just, well, Jack Perry's back now and he's good. So Kenny's in a match with him and all's forgiven and forgotten. And of course, Kenny would just agree to be booked to this. Booked with this match, and he, you guys know what I mean. Like, there's just so much missing here. And then you have the Callis family: Mark Davis, Hitch Cesaro, Josh Alexander. Now, I will give, and who knows what's on Collision, by the way, and what's on Dynamite. They're just calling it a 3-hour double special. I'm telling you guys, the trick will be they get rid of Collision on Saturday, Thursday, whatever. They add a 3rd hour to Dynamite. And then what they do is they call that 3rd hour Collision. I'm telling you right now, then they can play games. Quit playing games with my ratings, Brian. Dave will be like, well, Collision's up over the last 3 quarters, Brian, 200%. Because it will be, because even though it tanks the Dynamite overall rating, if you isolate the 2 hours, Dynamite's just still doing shitty, 500,000, we know. And then if you take that Collision, then that's doing 300 to 400,000, Brian. It was doing 150 to 250, Brian. You know what I mean? They can play that fucking game. And Tony can drop one of those charts where it's like, wow, 3 hours of Dynamite is amazing. It's fucking worked for us. 3 hours of Dynamite. I mean, 1 hour Collision after. They're already doing it. They're already giving them the half hour, and then Tony does an overrun on it. They're already doing how many 3-hour Collisions in a row. And then they're like, oh, the hour Collision pre-show, that can just go back to YouTube. Those kickoffs can always go to YouTube. The only reason they do those Collisions during the day on the day of our pay-per-view is because they're being bullied around by WWE. They're forced to like move shit around. So if they just get the 3rd hour for Dynamite, then everyone can lie about it. Oh, it was a bunch of money. The advertisers, all the sickos can go 3-hour Dynamites are where it's at, man. Or maybe they'll shit on it. Who knows? But they can just play all those games again, and that's where they get their victories. So I'm calling it right now. I've been calling it. Been calling it for a long ass time. And they're in Kansas City. We have a ticket sale update on this as well. How many they've moved for this show. October 15th here. Tickets, the current setup, 2,700. Tickets distributed, 2,200. It's crazy when like 3,000 tickets sold. You're like, oh, good job, AEW. But then you look at the empty ass building again. I don't know. What can the cable Dahmer arena? Dahmer, very suiting, very fitting for the fan base as of late, man. You
what?
It is spooky season and all. I don't know. Some of these sickos have been popping up on some strange YouTube channels. I don't know about oh shit. It is spooky season, folks. I don't know what to tell you. Some of these fucking sickos, man. The Dahmer building? What is this, like a fucking occult meeting? No. A gathering of the minds or what? Oh, shit. Okay, so I'll check in with chat here, and then let's get into, and let me know what you guys think. We also have a big story that I talked about a little bit on the members show, and it has to do with Jericho's cruise, okay? And there's no AEW involvement. Oh, I
Just
cannot
in from
wait
Phil
to
Marks
get
of
into that.
PWT. He says, I told you so.
Grimnar 1701 has been a member for 5 months. Thank you so much for your membership and your support. I appreciate it so much, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe. Make sure you consider becoming a member. You can super chat in. Check out the Patreon. That's all the good shit. We got tons of news to get to, okay? So we ain't fucking around. More belts. The Halloween theme is goated. You know it, dude. It's spooky season. Let's fucking go. Jack-o'-lantern's in the chat. I'm going to drink some Starbucks. And let's get into things here, bud. Okay, so what I want to start off with is a little conspiracy theory. No, not even that, but listen, Jericho has been teasing leaving AEW. The rumors have been floating around forever. Conan. Okay, and our friend of the show, Husey, producer of K100, has speculated a few times that, Jericho maybe doesn't like going to the fucking airport and people are like, when are you coming back to wrestling, man? And he's like, well, I'm in AEW. What's AEW? That guy literally said that to Jericho on his pod. Apparently Fozzie's ticket sales were down and shit. The cruise ticket sales, you have to imagine, are down. Okay. And Chris Jericho is a guy that the WWE fan base seems to want back, whereas the AEW fan base have been chanting like, please retire at him and whatnot. I know that the wackos on Twitter and shit aren't big Jericho fans, but the casual WWE fan, they're all sitting there like, where is Jericho?
Idiot.
Like, where has he been? And, we've been talking about the Jericho cruise. Like, we chronicled the whole fucking thing and did a whole segment on it this last year. And I was looking forward to doing it again this year, but I've been pitching to you guys. I'm like, man, Jericho should go back to WWE. Like, he could partner with Fanatics. He could do Fozzy shows. Like, Fozzy gets a resurgence. He could do shows wherever WWE's doing PLEs. He could do podcasts. Think about all the podcast guests he'd be able to get, celebrities and WWE superstars. His podcast could be, Talk as Jericho could partner with fucking Fanatics, could be his next move. Imagine Jericho at Fanatics. Imagine him on a part-time deal. I've even pitched, imagine John Cena beating him as his final opponent. Cena's final opponent is pinning Jericho, the guy who helped AEW launch Mr. WWE, right? He beat Mr. TNA. It would be, I think that's a good pitch, right? I agree, though, with the folks saying just let John go with if he wants to wrestle Matt fucking Cardona, I'm down, for his final match. I don't care. It could be against anyone. But, Jericho, imagine his boat sales. We're calling his boat ticket sales. What is it? A cruise, right? His Carnival cruise sales. What they would do if he got away from AEW and if he partnered with WWE, AAA, and TNA. Think about how hot WWE might even steal. WWE and Fanatics might already be planning on doing this fucking thing. They could test it with Jericho's name on it first. You know what I mean? They could do a pro wrestling cruise once a year, some shit like that. Who knows? But Jericho, we've been talking about this for a long time. He should go back to WWE. I've been an advocate for it. I know a lot of people are like, fuck all that. His deal, if we're to believe the dirt sheets, his deal's up in September or December, I think, is what they were all saying. So it's either already up and we don't know, or it's coming up in December and he could show up for the Rumble in January. We also know Tony Khan was giving his dance around the crowd. Jericho is great, and whatever he chooses to do, it's great, and I have tremendous respect for Jericho, and it's great. Okay? That is all Tony said. He doesn't seem so confident, at least in my opinion. Now, what happens is, and I've specifically pitched this a babillion times here on the show, dude, if he needs to get away from AEW, like how are the boat? I remember when his cruise, the Jericho cruise, was like this big deal and they were even filming it for TV and shit. Okay, they stopped doing that entirely. And in my opinion, like when I posted about this, some people I saw commented like, oh, Jericho's still doing his cruise. And maybe they're just trying to be funny, but I don't think these cruises are as poppin' as they once were. He's on his 7th one. Okay. And I've pitched this, dude. Think about what would happen to the cruise if he had AAA, TNA, WWE, NXT. Like even they don't even have to send main roster guys. They can send NXT guys on the boat for Jericho. Think about what that would do for his boat sales and all this shit, right? Also, we've chronicled here at PWT, and I've gotten into this argument with fucking sickos. And we're going to talk more about this tonight when it pertains to New Japan USA and their show that's coming back. Or it's the first time in like, I think a couple years or a year plus or something that they're bringing back a New Japan USA show, because AEW was supposed to help New Japan expand in the USA. They haven't. When Wrestle Kingdom did their show at the top of the year here, January, the next night was AEW versus New Japan. Wrestle Kingdom outsold New Japan. Or Wrestle Kingdom outsold New Japan versus AEW is what I mean to say, right? So New Japan by itself outsold AEW versus New Japan. A bunch of motherfuckers tried to say, well, the second night of Wrestle Kingdom always sells less tickets. Okay, then isn't that why this year they partnered with AEW on that show the next night to try and sell more tickets? Like, isn't that why you would do that? Or why else are they doing that? Why are they breaking from norm and bringing in the AEW folks? Because maybe they thought it would sell more fucking tickets and like match the ticket. I don't know, but to me, if I'm running that's where I'm going with it. That's my logic. That's my train of logic. That's where it's going to. We're bringing the AEW guys in so we can sell more tickets on the second night. No, we're partnering with AEW to do better in the US. They're a US-based company. No, is that not that's the idea, Brian? Is that not why you do that shit? Tickets, AEW hasn't helped New Japan ticket sales in the US or Japan at all. And I don't think it's helped this fucking boat either. It hasn't helped Ring of Honor. Has it helped CMLL? I don't know, man. Wrestling in Mexico's hot as fuck. When AEW goes to Mexico and does a show with CMLL, it's hot as fuck because CMLL's already selling out and is hot as fuck. So is it helping? I don't think AEW's helping them. Maybe CMLL's helping AEW get more popular in Mexico. Okay? But this is what Jericho fucks around and does. Okay? This is what he does.
You just made the list.
He releases the list, the layout of who's going to be on 7th cruise of a 7th cruise. I thought he'd do some 7 C's or whatever. That was my prediction. But November 7 to 11, 2026, Miami to Bimini, Bahamas. Regent of the Rager, Chris Jericho. And then you have VIPs at sea. Now look at this. And some people are saying this. Like there's a comment here, November 26 is a long way away. There's 800 fucking names on this list. You don't think that this is, and this is what Jericho had to say about, this is Jericho_Cruz. This is his direct quote here, but it's like, no, what are the odds they just last minute add a bunch of AEW people? Now, I think being associated like, oh, it's the cruise and it's going to be an AEW sicko fucking cruise. Like, is that the perception? I don't know. I've fallen off the fucking cruise wagon a little bit. That's why we did the bit last year. I was like, I feel like there's no hype, and we got to talk about all the funny shit that happened on this cruise. You had Will Ospreay like drunkenly wrestling fans and shit in the fucking corridor, and maybe Jericho's trying to get away from that. This year, we've had smelly sicko stories. We've had fucking pedo catcher YouTubers. We had fucking sickos keeping guys in their basements and shit. I don't know, man. Maybe Jericho's literally and figuratively trying to get away from the stink of that. Okay, I'm not sure. Whether it be body odor or rotting corpses, which I guess is also body odor in a morbid way, but I digress. Jericho says, get ready to rock harder, laugh louder, and party longer. Yeah. Chris Jericho's rockin' wrestling rager at sea. 7th cruise of a 7th cruise. Set sail November 7/11, 2026, round trip to the Bahamas. Someone also told me that they went on a Jericho cruise. I think someone in Discord said that they went on a Jericho cruise the one year and the weather was bad, so they just rotated. They just like did laps in the water and then went back or whatever. And I mean, that could happen on any cruise. That's the risk you run, but it's just funny. So for 4 nonstop days of wrestling, rock and roller, comedy, podcasts, and absolute mayhem, we're taking the energy sky high aboard the Norwegian Jewel. Rage along at ringside, celebrate Chris Jericho's birthday on the beaches in Bimini, and experience all new onboard madness. All new onboard madness. What's all new about it? I'm telling you guys right now, he distanced from AEW. Why? They ain't helping New Japan. They ain't helped CMLL. They ain't helped Ring of Honor. They ain't helped no indies. Okay? WWE IDs tremendously helped indies. Now, some people argue, well, Mercedes Moné's helping the indies. If there was no fucking, if AEW was out of the picture and she could get the same money to wrestle in Japan in the indies, she would. Okay? It's not about AEW or WWE to her. It's about this thing she's fucking do. It's her doing her thing everywhere. So yes, she's done a bunch of indies. She's done tent shows, and I actually applaud Moné for that. Okay? Because she actually is doing the shit she said she was going to do. She's like, I'm going to fucking wrestle everywhere. You're going to see me on. She was talking all that shit, and she's actually doing it. Whether it's cringe or not, that's another discussion. I'm just talking about her actions, okay? And, you know, these shows in Winnipeg and Denmark and shit, they're getting bumps in attendance. And the promoters have come out and said it because Moné's on these shows. And that's why it's not, when people say, like, Tony Khan has all these indies, like, he's paying them, or Tony Khan's booking her in these indies to win these titles. No, I've defended her on that shit. Okay, we all do know. We know what they say.
Sometimes
Okay,
in life you got to be a hoe,
which is true, but I've defended her on this, where these feds want to give her this fucking belt because it means she's got to come back and drop it, or it means AEW is going to owe them someone to come back and drop it, or a match, or some shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's going to go from her to another AEW person on their show, or their show's going to get promoted on AEW, which, again, I don't know how much that's worth, but and it's not from the belt. It's like, let's say Moné returns there to drop the belt to one of their girls in that Denmark fucking tent show. Okay, that's a boost for them. Let's say that Denmark tent show gets a plug and the title gets shown on TV and their logo and all this shit because she defends that belt against someone on AEW. That could be a W. I mean, I don't know how much getting TV time on AEW really helps you. But you guys get, or let's say they send Sky Blue down there to take it off Moné at that Denmark tent show. That's a W for them. You guys know what I mean? It does help their business and shit. But as far as like the indies as a whole, like WWE just released all these NXT Evolve talent who had a daddy magic taste of what the industry's like at the highest level and what to look forward to, or how to conduct themselves more professionally. Okay. And shout out, you know, like buddy of the show, JJ Alexander, he like books indies, and he's like, well, fuck, people go to AEW and go to WWE for a coffee, and then their fucking rate goes up. And that's true. That is true. We've also weighed out the benefits and the negatives comparatively when it comes to WWE ID and AEW. And some of these guys, yeah, maybe their rates do go up and shit, but they just unleashed a bunch of like really professional, hopefully more professional and focused young folks back into the indies. Like, it can only rub off positively on other people as well in and around the regional scenes and shit. That's my perception of it. So has AEW done that? I don't know. Maybe you could argue they've helped some indies, but they haven't helped. The greater point, to get back to the point, okay, that I'm making here, they haven't helped New Japan. CMLL's already hot. Ring of Honor's a dud. AEW's a dud. So Jericho distances himself as well. Oh shit, my guy. Oh my god.
You what?
Tony.
You fucked up. You fucked up. You fucked up.
Tony, you fucked up. Okay? And Jericho's doing this show away from AEW. No AEW, not even a hint of it anywhere. And we don't even know if he's contracted or when his contract's up or if he had allotted time off that he took or if he's doing all of this to drum up peak interest. Then he shows back up in AEW, which would just be a wet fart. So it wouldn't matter. But speaking of wet farts, man, there will be a lot of wet farts on this cruise for sure. And the VIPs at sea, and I'm not talking about the talent, right? I'm trying to make a wet, you're at sea in your swim trunks, you got a wet ass. No? Okay, I'm a hack, I know. VIPs at sea, Jeff Hardy, Saraya, the Great Muda. So that rules. TNA/WWE, X. Like, Saraya's not in fucking AEW anymore. Muda was connected to Nuge and Noah and shit. I think he was connected to Noah, right? And he is no longer even signed with New Japan or anything like that. I think he's just, he retired. He got inducted in the Hall of Fame. He's just doing appearances and shit now. Sovereign Sailors. So Pro Wrestling Nation, Dave LaGreca, Nick Nemeth, Bully Ray. Oh, so Busted Open, the guys that Tony Khan fucking hates. Nick Nemeth and Bully Ray, TNA and TNA. Okay. Sorceress of the Sea, Elena Black. Elena Black. Why her? Well, she's not signed to AEW and she just left WWE. And I've said this a bunch of times. With all the people on the indies and with the folks that TNA, like the way TNA does their deals, you could start a whole fed with guys. You have Karrion Kross out there. You got fucking Cora Jade and all these people, right? You got Matt Cardona out there. You got all these guys. You could start a fed with all of the people who are not in WWE or AEW anymore. Chris Jericho went the complete. This is why I love this. If going the complete like indie wrestling con route, Jericon. Okay, let's say doing this completely independent of AEW or WWE works better for him monetarily than last year or the year before, where he had full-blown AEW involvement and all that shit. It's just going to be hilarious. Brandon Thurston, if you're out there, Thirsty Thurston, dude, I'll only do my impression of you one time this next week if you do the WrestleNomics on what Jericho's boat shows have all done. Boats and hose. I'll only make fun of you one time, okay? I'm joking, dude. But yeah, Thirsty Thurston or somebody should jump on this and break down what he's made year over year or like estimates or whatever and see if going completely without AEW helps him or harms him. I think he knows that this is going to help him. And I think he knows people like myself and others are going to go, holy fuck, no AEW people. It became a whole news story. And shout out Husey for sending me this. Because again, I made a smarmy tweet. I was like and retweet this one before everyone else steals it and doesn't tag me. Chris Jericho, I'm just being it because that's what the sheets do. Someone tweets some shit out or they watch something on a show and then they go, oh, we did it first. Then they fight over who talked about it first. Okay, we're making fun of fucking Meltzer over here, but again, I was on this one and the sheets did what they did. Elboo's guy I saw grab my shit like 20 minutes later, posted it, didn't tag. It's all good. But where are we here? Master of Mirth, Brad Williams. Prime Passengers. Listen to this. Listen to these names. Ted DiBiase. What? Where's the fucking what? I'm going to what you all out of here till everyone stops watching this fucking show. What? We got Carlito, Shotzi, Fred Ottman, Vampiro, Buff Bagwell, the Blue Meanie, AJ Francis. We got a wooden leg and a parrot for Buff. Natalia Markova, Victoria Crawford. We got Kid Chocolate, Mo Jabari, Indy Hartwell, Lacey Lane, Casey Catanzaro. Dude, they got KC2 together. Jericho booked Casey Catanzaro and Caden Carter together before AEW did.
Idiot.
Tony Khan launches a whole tag team title division for women, right? Shows the belts on pay-per-view and TV and all this, right? Has only Caden Carter show up and not KC2 and put them in a tag and let them do their flippy tag moves that their fans would have eaten up and have them be legit names to get to the end of a women's tag tournament, then have your team beat them, right? And like do a little pass of the torch. You only need like a 3-month deal for each of them to get that done. Fucking guy, man. Booker of the year. So Jericho, Booker of the year, swoops in for Booker of the year. Jericho, let's fucking go, chat. Jericho, we're voting him.
You
Booker
just
of
made the list.
Put KC2 together before Khan could even do it. Ricky Knight Jr., Sonny Ono, Giga Chad, Chris Van Vliet, Gabby Laspiza. And then here's the Rock and Roll Party. We're plugging the whole thing. Shout out Jerry. We should get on this fucking Jericho cruise, PWT universe. Fozzy, the Iron Maidens, Quarantine, which is Jericho's Kiss cover band. Guardians of the Jukebox, Downstate. They got Downstate, dude. Killer Dwarfs, The Violent Hour, Beasto Blanco, Peroxide Gin, which is Jeff Hardy's band, The Little Miss Nasty, Jeremy Would Let Me Down, David Roy, Dueling Pianos. Liner Laughs, April Macy. And it's so funny because people are like, oh, they could add more people to this. What? No, they're not going to overbook it. What are you talking about? Booker of the year, fucking Jericho, dude. Liner Laughs, April Macy, JB Ball, Marcus Monroe. Live podcast. Listen to this. No hate EW, no fucking Swerve's House, no who are these sickos with the Nana coffee? Fucking none of these guys are on here, right? None of these pods. Listen to it. It's Talk is Jericho, The Paranormal 60 with Dave Schrader, and Rule Breakers with Saraya. No fucking AEW, nothing. There's no AEW presence on this. Assistant Captain Ted Irvin, Mr. Mixologist Red Cup Jeff, Paranormal Activities Sarah Lamos, who's a medium, Winifred Schrader, tarot card readings. More to be announced. So he is saying more to be announced. It says at the bottom here. But I doubt that they just over flood it with AEW talents. Now, if some AEW talents, they're allowed to do indies and shit too. But all I'm pointing out is notice the key thing is Jericho's marketed it this way every fucking year. It's Dynamite from the show, Ring of Honor from the ship, Ring of Honor from the ship, CMLL versus Ring of Honor. He did that one year where it was all the companies versus each other. I think it was like Ring of Honor versus CMLL versus AEW or whatever at sea. There's no sniff of AEW. So if there's some AEW people who are the more to be announced after last minute, okay, that's awesome. But wouldn't those names be like the marquee names? No, Jeff Hardy, Saraya, and the Great Muta are the marquee names. It's not fucking Yuta and Orange Cassidy again or none of that shit. Okay, and people are going to cope over this. They're going to pretend like this doesn't mean anything. I think this means Jericho sees the writing on the wall with the business as well. He could go the indie route. I'm Canadian, so fuck you. And or he can and possibly work his way with Fanatics. Imagine Fanatics took this idea over, or like Jericho did his own thing, but Fanatics did something like this for WWE fans, or they co-promoted it with him, or his podcast got involved with Fanatics. And here's the thing. I know folks are like, oh, Tony will give him all this money. Jericho doesn't care about money anymore. He's got all the fucking money in the world. Now he does when it comes to like, okay, he's not going to put all this money up for this cruise and then take a huge hit on it, right? If he walks out of it with and made some money on it, I'm sure he's happy, you know? But when it comes to guys like Jericho and these artists, these not only pro athletes, but actors and entertainers and musicians, which pro wrestlers are both of those things. They have the ego of athletes and they have the ego of artists wrapped into one, because they're competing in sports and entertainment and doing art at the same time. It's like a really weird fucking thing you're doing. And so for folks like that, man, relevancy is key, man. Like being famous, like having that void. There's like a void in Jericho's soul that can only be filled by like arenas yelling for him and shit, for sure. You know, he likes being in the spotlight. He's an entertainer. He that, you know, all of these folks, and there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, I'm just saying that it is sort of like a fucking sickness, the need to perform and entertain and shit, okay? Creative people understand that. And for Jericho, it's more than that. He's got all the money in the world. He made all the money off Tony Khan in the last 6 years. Like, what else does his kids are his kids done school? His kids are all probably almost done school. What else does he got to fucking do? He just, you know, his last run. Why not his last year or two in the business? Why does he wants it? He wants to be partnered with Fanatics and Cena's last match and having a moment at WrestleMania during its hottest period. And he wants to go to Perth where where Buddy Matthews isn't fucking rolling his ankle in a shoddy 14-foot by 14-foot ring or whatever. He wants to go there when the building's shaking and they're going, you know, Jericho, Jericho, or whatever the fuck, right? Please don't do that. But you know, he wants Fozzy to have another #1 single. He loves going and singing at these shows. The attendances are down. He wants to go and have life put back. He wants his pod to do a deal with Fanatics and be a part of that and be a part of all of those major league sports names and all that shit and all the actors and athletes and superstars they get involved in Fanatics and all of that. That's what Jericho wants. So I'm going to bat for Jericho. Anybody who thinks that like Tony's bag that he's willing to give him, the money bag, not the other one. Heyo. You know, that's not the end all be all for guys like Jericho who have it all already. You know, he wants the fucking adulation. He wants that Hall of Fame induction. He wants that one last Mania match on one of these crazy fucking stages. He wants to go through a Slim Jim table. He wants to fucking fight Punk or whatever and make these big money. Like, oh, there's money. Okay, do big money matches. And he could bring back the highlight reel. He could help get guys over like Grayson Waller and Dom Mysterio and shit if he decides to go babyface. Just the opportunities are endless. And this is like something I predicted that was going to happen. That more and more we'd see people separate from AEW. We'd see New Japan even go, hey, we'll still work with AEW, but like we're fucking over here now. We'll work with anybody. But they did just make Takeshita their champion, which we're going to talk about in a bit. And yeah, I am excited for the 7th cruise of a 7th cruise. And he's saying 7th cruise of a 7th cruise. So like, is this his last one? Does he mean this is the last one? I'm not sure, but hopefully he continues this in another form and he could go pitch this to Fanatics, or they could just steal this. They could listen to this pod and just start doing it. Jericho stole this idea from fucking other people, right? The cruise has been a thing for a long time. And I just think it's entirely suspect and more than interesting that he is moving entirely away from AEW during this cruise. And Yeah, that was the opening segment, I guess. The cruise news of this show here. Let's check in with chat. How's chat doing, man?
Stupid idiot.
How are we doing? Do you guys tell me in the chat? I will go, here, guys. Yeah, I'm going to go to youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. There's over 200 watching on X and YouTube. Of course, on youtube.com/@ProWrestleTimes. That's the second channel where the replay will be when the show's done. If you were on the Clips channel, I am putting a poll in the chat, and I'm going to ask, do you want to see Chris Jericho return to WWE? Yes or no? You guys vote in the poll here at youtube.com/@ProWrestleClips. If you guys are on X, just retweet or come on over to YouTube. Hit subscribe. We're almost at 7,200, which rules. You guys rule. And if you're on the Times channel, yeah, I don't know. I just put the replays over on the Times channel, but it is live right now if you're a member over there. But it's just so I can quickly edit out whatever the fuck I need to, then put it live over there. That's what I do. But okay, so let's see. King Dingaling has been a member for 4 months. Says Jericho equals old hag, still working the poll because they still think it's 2 decades ago. Damn, so harsh.
You just made the list
for Jericho by King Dingaling, and I appreciate your support, guys. You can become a member for only 99 cents, or you can gift memberships as well. That's a nice thing to do. Yeah, so Jericho, I don't know, man. I don't hate on him entirely. Just the AEW fans are rejecting him as well. They're saying, please retire and all that shit. So come back to WWE and you'll be a lot better off. You know, that's all you can really do. And then I think that's always been his plan too. I don't think it was ever his plan to, I'm going to retire in WWE or in AEW. I think he's really smart. I think for as much shit that Jericho gets, I think he's really fucking smart. And I think he knew, like, I'm going to do at least 5 years in AEW. And then I'm going to go back to WWE at some point. And they're chanting, please retire. Okay, leave like Cody Rhodes did. Shove it down their throats. They're just going to regret it. Like, I always say in AEW, I never give the boys shit. Well, I do, but it's not really on them. It's the bad booking. If Tony Khan booked better, they wouldn't be chanting that shit at Jericho. Or if he didn't say no, because Jericho, so what we've learned about AEW as well, Jericho's one of these guys with lots of ideas. We already knew that before. He's kind of politicky and whatnot, but he's one of these guys with lots of ideas, but he needs a filter. He needs someone to be like, this is good, this is shit, just like Vince Russo. He just needs someone else to like tell him what's okay and what isn't, or else it's mostly shit. And it just comes across pretentious and cartoony kind of. So no, is there another important announcement? No, guys, when we do AEW news, this is just what the, like, every film bookmark folder has like a different image that I keep in the different folders, and I switch them up from time to time depending on what's going on. And ever since his last important announcement, this is the image for AEW news. This is it until a new one comes up that's topical and funny. And then I go, oh, that should be the new fucking image for the folder, you know? So no, there's no important announcement tonight. But yeah, Dynamite's about to start. So in honor of that, ladies and gentlemen, all together, Ichi Nissan da. Because it's officially time for AEW news and not just boats and hose news. So Tony Khan does not have an important announcement. That's just the graphic we use in this folder. But he did have this to say on his birthday. So Corey Hayes of bodyslam.net Said, happy birthday, Tony. Did you watch your favorite movie, Time Cop, today? And Tony said, not today, but I did watch Time Cop this week. Fun facts. The pivotal events in Time Cop took place on 10/10/1994. Crooked Time Cop Sarah Fielding was born on 10/10. Speaking of Time Cop, Corey, Saturday Collision is tomorrow. You were there. Plus, you'll be in the crowd tomorrow, just like Time Cop. He's literally doing my fucking bit. That's great. He literally just did Phil Marx's Tony Khan bit. Can you believe? Speaking of Time Cop, Saturday's tomorrow, but you were there, but you'll be in the crowd tomorrow, but you're here now. Time Cop. Oh my God, dude.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
So moving along here, AEW Dynamite Blood and Guts on November 12th, so a month away at the Greensboro Coliseum. It's set up for less than 4,000. They've distributed 2,800. Tony will fluff that up by 1,000. Like if you count the comps and the radio giveaways and the, whoever, the guests and all that shit, he'll fluff that up a bit. I bet they do like 4,000 and they're able to announce that. Good work for AEW. When they do 4,000, that's like good work. That's pretty fucking sad. Now, I'll give them credit here. On Dynamite, they just showed a little snippet of Omega being like, we'll work this out, but this should be the storyline throughout the night. Can Omega trust Jack Perry throughout the night, leading to it? Or maybe Omega takes on one of the Callis family, then the Luchasaurus guys, Jurassic Express, run out and get his back. And then they get his back, and then Omega's like, what the fuck? I don't like or trust you guys. Then the next week we get this interaction. The show starts. Omega is walking in the arena. He walks right into Jack Perry's dressing room and goes, look, kid, we go whatever. We're booked in a trios, da-da-da-da-da. They just don't know what to do. I just freestyled that right now. Phil's freestyles. And we just wrote a better story, Tony. Hire me, dog. Like, I want what's best. Steal this shit and just start doing it. Okay? It's better than Dave's shit. Fuck. So until you do, Tony, you're not going to really sell out. Like, you're going to keep doing like 4,000. We're going to be like, oh, good job, I guess. 1/3 of the arena full. Like, come on, man. I will fucking book this shit for you, dude. Steal all the credit. Pay me and steal all the credit. Say they're your ideas. And I'll shut the fuck up. Right? Jesus Christ. Let's make it happen here. So Don Callis family members, El Clone and Hechicero, have been added to the AEW roster page. So awesome for them. Don Callis family. El Clone, of course, is Hologram's like evil version and evil doppelganger. And we'll see what comes of that. Hopefully Hologram can like stay healthy. I think he's had a couple bad stingers there, a couple bad tumbles where hopefully, like, apparently this El Clone guy's just gonna beat his undefeated record too. It's like, whoa, guys, why don't we build up to it a little bit? Why don't we get El Clone some wins himself, just one-on-one with people? And then you have them snap you have undefeated streak versus undefeated streak, and then you have them snap fucking Hologram's winning streak or whatever. I don't fucking do something with it. Don't just have them beat it. Like, that's stupid, especially when this guy's like in tag matches gonna lose to Jack Perry tonight and shit. So Darby Allin and Jon Moxley started brawling during New York Comic-Con. So let's check this out.
Do you really think I'm gonna fucking quit? Do you really think I'm gonna quit at Wrestle? Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Darby, calm down.
And I'll be honest, I'm all for shit like this to help like legitimize and make like AEW, like, anything to make wrestling seem more legit and off the rails. like in a controlled shoot situation, a work shoot situation, you know what I mean? I'm all for that. Doing like the kayfabe, we're gonna brawl in public thing. I don't know how believable Darby is, but that looked pretty good from this cell angle. Like, okay, that's a decent piece of business. But then Tony's just cringed. Tony, you get out of there. Should I hold the curtain back for you? No, you get out of there because you don't know what to do. Just go, whoa, I don't know what to do. Just lean into the fact you don't know what to do. Holy shit, he's always trying to, let me get in the ring awkwardly and shit. Do I go back there? No, get the fuck out of the way. You feared for your life. From a TV got wiggled in front of you and you feared for your life. Okay? A fucking table was bumped near you in your vicinity and you fucking feared for your life is what you said on television. Okay? No, get out of the way and pretend you're scared for your life. Fuck. No one knows how to do this shit properly anymore, I feel like, you know? So Tony Schiavone says, I have no interest in watching WWE's current product unless it's Sting. And yeah, he says he has no interest in watching it because he doesn't want it to influence anything he's doing, etc. And yeah, Schiavone's got a lot of kids, man. I don't blame him for kissing the ring a bit. But here's the thing, dude. You look at like what he did in his past, and he is like, you know, a lot of the stuff he did was legendary and iconic, dude. When I see old Schiavone with JR and shit, or like Schiavone and Bischoff and all of that, I love that. But then you see him on AEW and it's like he's just a shell of himself, just repeating catchphrases for the big ass check he's getting. And there's like, he's got a bunch of kids, so I don't blame him whatsoever for like doing what he's got to do. You know, he's given enough to the business. Go watch his old shit, I guess. Like, there's nothing anyone can really do to help AEW. We have Tony Storm, like, and Stat brawling and handcuffing and kissing or whatever the fuck they're doing. I don't know, dude. But yeah, Schiavone says he has no interest in watching WWE's current product, and he's just repeating the sentiment of all of the pro wrestling fans who stopped watching AEW. You know what I'm saying? So let's move along here. So AEW Wrestle Dream. This is the go home show. So October 18th. So this weekend, it's my birthday weekend too, chat. Sicko Saturday, October 18th, Wrestle Dream. And they're set up for almost 6,000. They have 5,500 tickets sold as of a day ago. So again, that's good. They got outdrawn by fucking TNA, dude. That's pretty crazy. TNA Bound for Glory outdrew Wrestle Dream. So it is what it is. But I'll say this. Tony Khan, hire me and I'll write some better stories. We'll draw some bigger houses than this. But yeah, I mean, good job for them, I guess. Wrestle Dream, there's not a lot of hype behind it. Jack Perry's doing a promo now. He fucking sucks and is cringe. You know, Joe's the only thing anybody has to look forward to, and I don't think he's going to win the title. I think Hangman's going to get it off of him, but it's going to be like a, we respect each other type shit. Or if, hey, man, do the smart thing, just put the title on Joe. And yeah, I mean, we'll be watching this whenever it starts. I'll go with the 0 hour and let's just hang out and party on Sicko Saturday. Okay, that'll be a fun old time. We're going to circle back to all the Kota Ibushi news. So AEW's collaboration with DC, the Forbidden Door saga. So Swerve posted this. I mean, yeah, the art's pretty The art's okay. I guess it's not really my favorite, but it's very like generic. I don't know who they stuck on this book. But you see here, like, we have Hawk Girls like, you must be Mercedes. We're the Justice League, champ, not a delivery service. And then Mercedes Monet is, aren't you? The Bella belongs with its rightful owner. Of course, she's healing on the fucking Justice League. And then we have Green Lantern here. He goes, nice try, lady. You didn't win clean. I clocked those Radeon knuckles. And then Mercedes goes, Lassa, I checked. I'm still the Whamma Intergalactica champion of wrestling. Oh my God, Mercedes is in here going, last I checked, I'm still the Whamma Intergalactica champion. Oh my God, dude. I need to get my hands on these books. And then who is this? Swerve or Hawk Girl talking? I don't know, because the reflection, I think it's Hawk Girl saying she's right in a way. This was a super card, bruv. AEW, or no. That's not Osprey, is it? It was a super card, bruv. AEW hosted whatever. And then is that supposed to be Swerve down here looking like Trick Williams? And then here's Osprey up here. You got Hangman in the back. I don't know, dude. And then they didn't draw Willow thick enough. Kenny Omega's a ginger up here. And I mean that respectfully. Like, Willow is a fucking gorgeous woman. You gotta... It's what makes her fucking attractive, okay? They made Monet too buff. They made Moxley just look like Randy Couture over here. Fucking Ron Weasley, bruv. Ron Weasley's older fucking brother. One of the twins, right? Oh my God, dude. What do we got here? So we got Nightwing's kicking ass, right? And it's like Assassins and X-Shard is on the line. The aerial assassin and Bloodhaven's best leap into the fray to stop the League of Assassins from kicking off a series of cross-time killings. It's Excalibur, Nightwing stunned by Osprey's grace. Oh, ho, ho, but he's not sold on his brutality. Osprey rips his X-Shard free, but this fight doesn't end. Fight forever is what the sickos chanted. Oh, ho, ho, a 3 count. And then Bruv's like, oh, no, can the aerial assassin? And yeah, they're... God damn it. The Forbidden Door saga. Steve Orlando, Travis Mercer, Andrew Dalhouse, Josh Reed, Lucas Meyer, Michael McAllister. And then there's a variant here with Lobo. And you have Hangman and Lobo together. Yeah, good. I mean, good on them. It is what it is. I mean, hopefully some kids read those or something, you know? Like that's... Well, hopefully not, because then they turn on AEW and they see people getting literally impaled and shit. So, I don't know, man. I should get my hands on those. I should go and look for those. And if I can't find them, then I'm sure someone scanned them already online or something. We don't support that. Brought to you by... Oh, come on. That's not very fair, Phil, not to read it, to get a digital copy, you know, and we could review that on Patreon or something. Andrade El Idolo's status in AEW remains a mystery after sudden disappearance. So there's a conspiracy theory. And basically what Andrade did was fucking disappeared. Now, we're going to talk about this more on Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week. Tomorrow, Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, live on YouTube. That's 5 p.m. Pacific, and also the replay is wherever podcasts are and on YouTube. So make sure you guys tune into that. That's tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern. Dave Meltzer, dumb moment of the week, hashtag double DMW. But what happened, we'll get his take on all of that, but Andrade just disappeared from AEW. So what happened was, in WWE, he failed wellness tests. He fucking, think about what drug might be in your system one day and then out a couple days later even, or like a week later, right? And he was escorted out of fucking a TV, and he did go missing, and he was in Colombia or whatever. And that all did happen, you know? And so they cut ties with him. Andrade shows up in AEW on Dynamite, attacks Kenny Omega, and then what happens? He just disappears and fucks off on Tony Khan, I guess. And so earlier this month, Andrade shocked fans with a return to AEW, attacking Kenny Omega and joining the Don Callis family. But just as quickly as he arrived, Andrade has completely vanished from storylines. So fucking Dusty Dave and Brian over here.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen. Brian.
They gave their take on it, and we'll talk about this more tomorrow, but they go, you saw the Don Callis thing, right? The birthday party thing. So they did that. Don turned 62. All the Don Callis family members were there except for Takeshita, who is in Japan. We'll talk about that in a bit. The mystery man Andrade, who is not mentioned at all anymore. Where is he? Something happened. He disappeared. He made the one appearance, then completely vanished. He's never mentioned. And he had a match coming up with LA Park, gone from that show as well. So he was supposed to wrestle LA Park in CMLL and shit, and he's just gone. So my theory is, okay, he was taking WWE's guaranteed money. Whatever didn't happen. He fucking took off, ghosted, said, fuck it. I think he did the same thing again.
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
He just signed quickly to AEW, made sure he had guaranteed money coming in, and then just took the fuck off again. Now, again, this is allegedly. Andrade likes to party. Andrade likes women. Andrade likes some of the finer things in life and having a good time. Well, it's nothing but a good time, right? And more power to him, man. You can't hate on that. And you can't knock a guy for literally. See, this is what makes Tony Khan a money mark. I know that Dave Meltzer wants to fucking...
The best guy's Tony Khan.
You know, dick sniff and go, well, he's not a money mark. Once you make money, you're not a money mark. No, that's not the definition of a money mark, you fucking idiot. You know, he just marked Tony Khan in for some fucking money and was like, well, I'm going back on vacation. I wasn't done what I was doing when I took off on WWE. So people say, oh, it's because he didn't get a push in AAA and all this shit. All of that, I think, is just bullshit. I think, or it's cope, you know, if it's coming from the inside, it's cope. I think what it is Andrade just is doing his thing, and I just think he probably took off, and hopefully he's like alive and shit, you know, but he's probably just partying and not answering his phone again, if I had to guess. So it's pretty funny that he was just, Tony Khan, come on down, or who's next? Andrade, come on down. You get $1 million, and you get $1 million, and you got 6 figures. This is great. And yeah, so shout out Andrade, and that's where he took off to. It's the same fucking thing that happened. And yeah, Andrade was supposed to be there for a match with LA Park, and he missed that as well. Like, that's not happening either because of this. So it's more than just a WWE, him being unhappy with WWE's creative and shit. There's more to it than that. Speaking of more than meets the eye, Brian, Tony Khan claims he's been writing AEW for 30 years. AEW Dynamite for 30 years, dude. When I was a little kid. It's like, that's the problem. That's the problem right there. You got tired ass, dated ass fucking ideas that don't work, dude. And he says, I started writing Dynamite when I was 12 years old as a fan of wrestling and somebody on the early dial-up internet message boards. And Dynamite now. It's crazy to say I've been writing Dynamite for 30 years. since I was a small kid in 95. Exactly. See? It's elementary school level shit. He hasn't evolved or grown past this. Like, I've been fantasy mark booking this shit since I was 2. That's not good, man. Dealing with lots of injuries and doing it in real life is a lot different. Dealing with no shit. That's why you're not good at it, dude. Dealing with lots of injuries, dealing with real people in real situations. Writing pro wrestling shows is very different than just putting down ideas on paper. Exactly, Tony. And here's the thing. This is what I dislike. This is what I fucking don't like. Okay?
Wrestling's not fake!
I don't like that Tony's spoken to as an authority on this. Just because he's done something shittily for 6 fucking years doesn't mean he's an authority on what writing wrestling shows. And when he goes, oh, there's no off season, 52 weeks a year, the magic of Disney. Like, there's no fucking way he should be an authority on this because he's done something shittily for 6 years. At the start, it was booming, not because of your writing, dude. It was because you got a pass. It was new. It was fresh. It was vibrant. It was unique. It was the new shiny toy for the IWC as well for a lot of wrestlers. And it was booked better because of not Tony Khan, because of Cody Rhodes. The best guy was Cody Rhodes, right? Who'd have thunk it? There were times where it was really good because CM Punk was there getting you $1 million gates and fucking helping you. For a period when you had people back there who were actually helping the show be fucking good and giving you good booking ideas and shit. Yes, that's not because of you. Once you leaned into more of you and the Bucks and your guys' friends, it all went to shit, right? Let's just be honest. And so him saying like, oh, it's different. Yeah, you're not the authority on that. I love pro wrestling, but working in the wrestling business now for over 6 years, I've certainly learned a lot. And firsthand, you see the differences. Okay, then demote yourself to Ring of Honor. Just book Ring of Honor, pitch your ideas and creative for AEW Dynamite and Collision. Let other people write and book it and format it. Khan also pointed to his NFL career and working with figures like Tom Coughlin as major learning moments that shaped his management style. Bro, shut the fuck up. But despite all that growth, it's clear he still sees himself as the same wrestling-obsessed kid with notebooks full of fantasy bookings. Only now it's live TV every week. That's the fucking problem, my guy. Oh, fuck. God, man. That's the fucking problem, buddies. So moving along here, Tony Schiavone, we talked about him earlier. He praises Samoa Joe as one of the most professional individuals he's ever worked with. Huh? Weird that Phil always says shit, and then these fucking guys always come out and say what the fuck, confirm what I'm saying. But yeah, Joe's just a consummate profesh. So, like, people speculate on Joe. Like, he's not gonna trash anybody publicly or fucking not do good work in AEW. And like, I think he should be their world fucking champion, man. He's proved it. He proved it. He was a guy you could look to and go, huh? He actually kind of drew for them. Like, he actually sustained their declining numbers and shit when he was champ. And instead, they just fuck around, man. And Joe doesn't get his due. It's all good. I think he'll be back in WWE one day. We have more quotes from Joe, who did some interviews. But Schiavone said he's one of the most professional guys I've ever worked with backstage. When you tell Joe, hey, Joe, we got a pre-tape for you, he goes, okay, let's get his trios belt. Or back when he had the world title, got that, and will you follow? Go do the pre-tape immediately. Doesn't say, well, if I got to call my match or I've got to go to catering. That's what people are saying backstage there. Doesn't say, well, I got to call my... he just is such a pro, and it's been an absolute honor to be able to work with him. Everybody respects Joe. Everybody watches his matches, likes to learn from what he can do. He's just wonderful. He's got the respect of everyone backstage. Yeah, and he'll beat your fucking ass for realsies. Okay. We talked about Hurt Syndicate a little bit, and we'll come back to that. We had some Samoa Joe news in here. I think he gave an interview. Yeah, so Samoa Joe reveals he will most likely retire after his current contract with AEW. I don't believe that. I think people tell Tony Khan that so they don't feel bad when they go and leave and do other shit. I think that is just a way to because Edge was saying the same shit. I just think it's a nice way of being like, yeah, I'm probably going to retire. Well, I really thought I was going to retire, but I ended up going back to WWE. That's like an easy way to let Tony Khan down, you know? And then Joe also, or actually no more Joe there, but with Andrade, you know, since returning to AEW on October 1st, Andrade's not been seen or referenced significantly on programming. He's not on the AEW roster page. He's been removed from a scheduled match at MLA against LA Park. And so Kenny Omega versus Andrade was reportedly, it won't be booked for Wrestle Dream, as Andrade is currently challenging for the WWC Universal title that night in Puerto Rico, if he even shows up. How fucked is that? Okay, guys, let's take a break here. I'm looking at this Darby versus John Moxley ripping off, like they're in a police fucking what are they called, like the two-way, no, it's not even a two-way mirror, it's a two-way window. I guess all windows are fucking two-way, dummy, but it's you know, where you can speak with the speaker like in prison. Okay, I forget the exact term for those like little booths or whatever, but you know, they're trying to rip off, this is what they're ripping off, the Batman. They're ripping off the Batman, Matt Reeves, the Batman, where, you know, he talks to Joker through the fucking plexiglass, and it's cringe as fuck. I just got to be completely honest here. We have tons more news to get into here as well. I was getting lost in the weeds there because I was trying to listen to what these fuckers are saying. So I was like, all right, let's just park it for a second and we'll come back to it. So he's like, your opponent at Wrestle Dream is not me. It never has been. It's fucking, you're actually fighting with yourself or some shit like that. Guys, make sure, yeah, we got some John Dauncey bus for 1. So guys, or for 5, sorry. John Dauncey bus 1 for 5. Guys, you can super chat in, become a member for 99 cents. I see George Capture, he's concerned. He says there's only 32 likes. There's well over 100. There's about 300 watching across X and YouTube. If you're on the YouTube channel, hit fucking like, even if you're hate watching. It helps the algorithm, or else Jericho's going to do a fucking run-in, okay? We already got him running wild and free all over WWE and on this cruise and all over the news segments. He's going to fucking come back. Thank you all for being here too. You guys can super chat in or consider checking out Patreon. Dave Meltzer, Dumb Moment of the Week, live on YouTube every Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern. Okay, here on YouTube. Round of applause for the PWT universe. Let's read. John Dauncey bus 1 for 5 says Herb Abrams greater than Tony Khan. Oh shit.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Shout out Herb Abrams, man. He was a fucking wacky dude for sure. And he was coked out and like admitted it and loved it, you know? And shout you out, buddy, for the fucking support. I really appreciate that. And George Capture for 5 says only 32 likes. I'm very concerned. George, thank you so much for your support. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And yeah, guys, run the fucking likes up. How about that? And yeah, we will definitely. We got so much more to get into tonight. We've only just begun. This shit was cringe, man. This Moxley Darby shit was pretty cringe. Edits pack, and then with the blood on the window and all this, like they're trying to be all the Batman or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. It's just middle schooler shit. Oh, so what you're saying, Batman was middle schooler shit? Yep, it's a comic book. Yep, it was made for kids. Yep, that's what it was. Okay, so Phil needs likes like Mox needs blood. Yes, up to 43. Okay, guys, we jumped 10. I'm sure we're up 20 now. Just keep them going, 100, or else Jericho's doing a run-in. Okay, guys, we got more news. All right? Don't fucking go anywhere. So we'll talk about Kota Ibushi last here. But, Raj Giri says that NXT crushed Dynamite last Tuesday head-to-head. Switchblade had this to say, was expecting that NXT TNA would crush AEW. Last year when AEW aired on Tuesday, they did 329.1. NXT was down big from 874.24 the same time last year. Data should be beating on these numbers further. So basically, they are up. They beat AEW. It's expected. But just analysis from Switchblade there. The Alpha, Konosuke Takeshita, is the New Japan champion. So again, they're doubling, tripling down on the AEW stuff. I know that we were hoping WWE, pardon me, did I say WWE? They're doubling, tripling down on the AEW Tony Khan partnership. I know we wanted the WWE stuff to be true. I just don't think it is. They might just do a thing where it's like, we'll work with WWE, but when I see shit like this, I don't think that's going to happen. And Takeshita does have 3 contracts. So he actually gave a quote here. And shout out to Takeshita. I like him. Like if I had a fucking roster, he'd be on it. But you got to build him up. I think they're doing a pretty good job with it. Like he's a guy that, I mean, again, nobody clamors to see anything in AEW, but that's not Takeshita's fault. Like his matches are good. He doesn't get hurt. He doesn't hurt other people. He's got size. They haven't put him in anything too shitty, or like he hasn't done anything overly stupid where, he's like landing on Legos with a fucking pigeon up his ass or whatever. But Konosuke talks about being on a triple contract. So he says, I'm triple contracted, but not exclusive. So an independent contractor, we can move things around and I can be on any tour I'm called for. There are people worldwide, not just Japan, that want to see the IWGP World Heavyweight Champion. I know there were boos in Ryogoku, but I'm a busy man. I don't have the time to kowtow to people who have already made up their minds about me. I want to spend my effort in making people who support me happy. If you were cheering me, then no, I won't ever let you down. So, yeah, they're pushing him to the moon, and Tanahashi-san and Tony Khan-san see a lot in him. And, I mean, WWE, if they had him, they'd be pushing the shit out of him, too, for sure. He wouldn't be used like a fucking Yoshi Tatsu or a Jimmy Wang Yang, that's for sure. And, yeah, as far as he's concerned, keep doing his thing. I could see him being in WWE one day if that's what people are concerned about. As far as the wars, the real wars, the 1, 2, and 3, NXT, AEW and TNA, I think him being involved in New Japan and AEW is actually the right thing for Takeshita right now. Learn English as best you can, learn the American style, figure out what works, do these indies, do these Japanese shows. Don't try not to get any on you. Feud with Okada. Okay. Think about what AEW's done with him. They've put him in there with like Omega and Okada and shit. Like, is it the greatest booking of all time? No, but that's who your name's been next to and shit. So for what that's worth, like it can only go up from here. So you're the IWGP champion. I didn't expect that. And yeah, I don't know, man. Shout out to Takeshita. I'm here for it. Eric. And I'm down with the cause. But as far as like, does this help AEW or is this AEW helping New Japan? No, this is Takeshita helping him goddamn self. Okay, that's what this is helping again. Because if people want to argue, well, Takeshita wouldn't be their world champion if it wasn't beneficial to them, dude. They're looking at him as like the next Okada. Okada was a guy that they developed, they sent to TNA. He looked like Kato, and they were able to develop and make him rise into this fucking star. New Japan has the ability. I have more faith in New Japan turning Takeshita into a fucking star than I do Tony Khan turning Takeshita into a fucking star. Okay. Speaking of stars, MVP reveals the Hurt Syndicate wants to end their careers in AEW. So notice how a lot of people are saying this. It's because they want the big money for as long as they can get it, and or they don't want to hurt Tony Khan's feelings for when they eventually leave again. And MVP says, I can't speak for Bobby or Shelton's goals beyond the next few years. I know they both have other things they'd like to accomplish in life, but they both want to end their careers in AEW. What's the timeline on that exactly? I can't say. I haven't officially retired from in-ring action yet. I haven't had my last match, which will come at some point. I'm going to lose to somebody and go out on my back, which is what we were always taught to do. See, MVP gets it. But there's a possibility I might be around for a while after that as a mouthpiece for a young talent that needs that. Exactly. So what they're saying is we want to end in AEW, and Lashley and Benjamin are saying we want to end our in-ring in AEW. Shelton will go, he will be a coach in WWE one day, and for sure. Like, there's no way that job offer wouldn't be on the table. Lashley can go do other things. I mean, the guy could run seminars probably the rest of his life. Like, he could just, if he wanted to, he could do any, like, I'm sure he has like deals with people and shit. I'm sure he's got good investments and stuff, you know? I don't think he's going to fight again. I think his MMA days are behind him. But yeah, I mean, these guys, they're fine. Their futures are fine. And it's not like their futures in wrestling would be long, regardless of if they were in WWE or AEW. But I think a lot of these guys say, oh no, like Edge is like, oh no, I'm going to stay here till the end of my career. I don't think that's going to happen. He'll obviously go back to WWE, get the induction, do the whole fucking rah thing. But speaking of their ticket sales, okay, and like who helps who, and Tony Khan, does he really help, and is he booking well? And what it boils down to is the live attendance. You're a touring live show. If Taylor Swift was a touring live show and no one was good and she was just playing empty concerts, they would cut that out immediately, right? In pro wrestling, the billionaire's son is able to fucking rent out whatever buildings and just do this as like a vanity thing. Speaking of which, the ticket sales, dude, the Dynamite Collision tonight, the update 2 days ago was 1,600 people. I think they crossed 2K for tonight. So pretty bad, man. And this was the update from 10 hours ago. Yeah, so they just barely crossed 2K. You see there. So, like, no demand for them. The walk-up isn't just crushing it. So you can safely say, yeah, for the AEW pay-per-views, the last-minute walk-ups are going to be pretty nuts if they lower the prices enough, right? Like, we, at the one show, Tony Khan lowered them to, like, $1 last minute just to fill the building for Sting's retirement or whatever. If people can get in, that's sweet. But when they jump as high as, like, 3,000 to 5,000... for like all in, okay, you guys are papering the fucking house. Same with we talked about this on the member show. So if you're not become a member, it's only 99 cents. You can gift a membership as well. And I do a member show weekly every Monday. And we talked about this, how there's rumors floating around that TNA papered the Bound for Glory show. And I did a breakdown of that, right? And it's like, if you draw, so let's say when it comes to AEW, let's say they do 13,000 people and they paper it 1,000 or 2, including like family, friends, giveaways, all that shit. That's not that. That's not like fluffing the house too. It's like whatever. Carney wrestling. Same with WWE. Let's say that WWE sells 70,000 tickets this weekend, and like 5 to 10,000. Even that's steep. 10 is fucking steep. That's like, whoa, you're papering this shit, But let's say like 5,000 of those are comped. It's like, okay, are you really that shocked? Like, that's not that big of a deal. It's part of marketing, you know? You got to be able to give some tickets away, like for anything, comedy shows, whatever the fuck you're doing, music shows, there's always comps and shit. But, you know, if people were accusing TNA of comping like half their fucking tickets almost, it's like, I don't know about that. But speaking of new champions in Japan, Syuri defeats Sarii for the IWGP women's title. So Sarii just signs with AEW, is stuck in Ring of Honor, and then Syuri beats Sarii for the IWGP women's title. So moving away from an AEW talent, I guess, in some regard. I don't know, was Syuri, wasn't she in AEW at some point? I'm not even fucking sure. All I'm saying is this. New Japan switching up their champs a little bit, or the IWGP, as it were. Dan, speaking of belts and championships, and we got more ratings and ticket sale news, but on the topic of belts, Danielson said this on the All Out Toronto Zero Hour. He said Mercedes Moné in 25 is better than Dragon in 96, Ultimo Dragon in 96. Listen to this shit.
Except Ultimo Dragon did it, right? So you're saying, in comparison, Mercedes is not...
See, this is Danielson. You're fucking terrible at, like, it's like he's talking to sixth graders, man.
Not as good as Ultimo Dragon was in 1996.
Is that what you're saying?
I actually think, in comparison to the wrestling landscape, Mercedes Moné in 2025 is better than Ultimo Dragon in 1996.
Now, I get it. You work for Tony Khan and all that shit. I get it. You know what
Sometimes
they
in life
say.
you gotta be a hoe.
But Danielson, bud. Well, he might have. I'll give him this, okay? What did Ultimo Dragon really draw? Name me fucking 5 of his opponents. I could name 5 of Monet's, right? Did he affect business? For sure. Like, it was Ultimo fucking Dragon. For sure, he was pulling up to some of now, some of these places were like triple crown champions, like where some of these belts mattered. Some of them, I'm sure, didn't matter at all. Some people would argue, well, the fucking Super Junior title or whatever in New Japan, whatever fucking belts he held at the time, are more prestigious than any 100 belts today or whatever. So, like, maybe because Monet's on TV and she's winning these who gives a fuck belts, but it's just shilling, okay? It's just Danielson shilling for his company. He works for them, so is it really shilling? I mean, maybe not, but he's just doing what he's got to do, so I'm not going to give him shit for saying that. This shouldn't trigger you if it's his opinion, because you could argue that Ultimo did win a bunch of random belts too that people can't name. And Monet has more eyeballs on her, like is more famous than Ultimo was. Just overall, but I don't know, man. Like Monet, Sasha Banks is maybe if Sasha Banks had all these belts and still worked for WWE, maybe I think you could say undisputably that's the case. But I don't think Mercedes Moné is. I don't think that name can be compared to Ultimo Dragon or like a lot of these names yet. I don't think Mercedes Moné can be compared to Sasha Banks yet. And until that happens, she can't be compared to, you know, like Sasha Banks didn't do the belt collecting thing. Monet did. Monet isn't like this huge, massive fucking draw. So, yeah, she's giving a bump to some indie shows and shit. Anyone who leaves WWE does that, you know? So, I don't know, man. I don't know. That's Daniel's opinion, though. Danielson's opinion, and it is what it is. Speaking of ratings and shit, though, Collision scored its best numbers on Saturday since the new Nielsen Big Data,
The
whatever.
best guys, Tony Khan.
So Collision averaged 286K viewers, up 27% from the prior week. That's fucking brutal, dude. With a point, it's brutal, even though it's up. That's fucking brutal. With a 0.06. The key demo was up 100%. per Programming Insider. As always, these numbers don't include the Max simulcast. There are no year-over-year comparisons. And then fucking Dave Meltzer, of course, has to come in.
You know, poor people don't like AEW.
And he goes, what does the Observer say? Collision faces huge increase despite heavy competition or whatever the fuck. You look at the numbers, it's like some of the worst in fucking history. Oh man. So it is what it is, man. They're just gonna keep doing 3-hour fucking dynamites or whatever. YouTube down is trending too, but we have a great turnout watching this show. About 300 watching across X and YouTube. So fuck yeah. Show you PWT Universe finds a way, dude. We rule. So Tony Khan, speaking of which, reveals his unfiltered process for scouting AEW talent. Speaking of like, what have you done for the indies and all this shit, right? And so, and New Japan, and what have you done? Is Tony really good at scouting talent? Is he really this fucking guy who's helped the indies? Is he really, you know, I got triggered before because I'm like, I hate that Tony Khan speaks as though he's an authority on writing wrestling because he's been doing it poorly for 6 years. And so on the Danny Ocean show, Tony Khan says, well, it just completely depends. You have to see something and the fans have to see something sometimes. Tony, name one guy you've ever gotten over. This is the problem. We can't be asking Tony Khan these fucking questions. Idiot. Because he's never gotten anyone over. Okay. He's never drawn beyond, I sunk a bunch of money into this company that Chris Jericho, Cody Rhodes, John Moxley, and all these guys are in. And the Young Bucks who are popular right now on the internet. When he launched AEW. That's all he did. He just put the money behind starting the show. Everyone got behind it. Then it fell off. Then Punk came in. He could have returned to fucking TNA and everyone would have went and watched that. Okay? It would see him fucking Punk. So you lucked out on that. And then you fumbled that as well. He leaves. Company goes completely to shit after Rhodes and other people leave that you fumbled. So now he's talking about what? Making stars. You have no stars besides ex-WWE stars. And you have no fucking stars that you've built. MJF, he would have just been a star anywhere he went, if he was just doing his own thing and doing it the way he's doing it. And how big of a star is he? Is he really a big draw? If you're selling 2,000 tickets at all these fucking shows, these guys aren't draws. This is like indies do 2K tickets, and they don't need all these guys to get paid millions of dollars to accomplish that. So I just don't really know where Tony gets off even, or where these fucking marks with shows nobody watches. Where the fuck do they get off thinking he's asking him this or thinking he's an authority on this? The question should be, Tony, a lot of times, you know, you speak as though you're the authority, like where, you know, let's face it, like anybody, you know, with any sense, and you don't have to be offensive. You can just be like, listen, man, like sensibly, you've never created anyone who's a star, right? So unfortunately, I'm not sure if your opinion on that, like what would you say to people who say your opinion on that shouldn't be taken as seriously as, let's say, like people you have back there, like a Jeff Jarrett or something? You know, like just ask a real fucking question that you can get a compelling answer out of, not just this fucking, oh yeah, you know, just look at people I think could fit into a situation in AEW. See? It's not any, there's nothing going on. I just look, this is what Tony just said. I just look for people I think could fit into a situation in AEW. That's exactly why things are so you, again, Phil's right. This is why things are shitty. You just said I was right, and all you fucking sickos owe me an apology. It's just shit happening. It's like, okay, well, this guy is going to jump off this thing. Oh, you look like you could be dove on. There's no story. There's no like, okay, this guy's 7 feet tall. We could fucking market him this way. Okay, Orange Cassidy, if we market him the right way, it could get a bunch of young viewers. And then we have the potential to do this, and that, partner with whatever and get our toys launched. And he can also wrestle really well, so he can like be the face of this division. We can give him like just whatever the fuck, man. It's silly, it's ridiculous, and he just admitted it. I just look at people that could fit into things that are happening. People we could develop into a role that fits what they are. And try to tap into the skills people have and build off their strengths. That's just a generic vanilla milquetoast answer, Tony Khan. So he hopes we could find people that we can develop into a role that fits what they are. That's why everybody's on the show, just like I wrestle, or I'm with Don Callis, or I wrestle, or I'm with Don Callis, or I'm hardcore. I wrestle. I'm with Don Callis. I'm hardcore. Where's your ideas? Where's your gimmicks? Too often, Tony says, too often I think in sports and certainly in wrestling, you see people playing to their strengths, but also it's really important to not always focus on any particular person's weaknesses. What? You see people playing to their strengths, but also it's really important to not always focus on any particular person's weaknesses? No shit. Because everybody has them, and people succeed. And every single person who succeeded in life, other than Jesus Christ himself. Yes, dude. Go with Christ, brah. Tony Khan, man. Let's fucking go. See, you're a cutie, dude. I love you. A good little Christian church boy. Go with Christ, brah. Fucking Tony rules, man. Tony McChrist. Other than Jesus Christ himself, everybody who's ever done anything in life has some kind of weakness. True that, dude. But here's the thing, though. Tony's saying that we shouldn't always focus on them. You don't have to always focus on weaknesses, but you have to address them. And so Tony's like making excuses here. This is fucking cope. Because he doesn't want to like admit weaknesses in his booking, and he's one of these like, we're all trying, participate. Like he just wants to give his friends money and shit, And he says, I think it's important to really look at the strengths, whether you're evaluating a football player or a pro wrestler in AEW. I want to see what people can do well and then figure out how we can utilize that for them in AEW. So then why do you book like Hobbs and Trioses, and why don't you book big guys correctly? And why do you book all these like Garcias and shit as these imposing main threats on your roster and shit? It doesn't make fucking sense to me, buddy. So moving along here. Speaking of ratings and whatnot in New Japan, as announced at King of Pro Wrestling, New Japan returns to the U.S. in 2026. The New Beginning USA comes to the Cure Insurance Arena in Trenton, New Jersey. Stay tuned for ticket info. So they put the title on Takeshita. They're calling it the New Beginning. They don't have AEW on the shit, but AEW guys might be involved. But we'll see. Maybe they're not. Maybe they're not. There's no AEW marketing for their New Beginning in the USA. But I thought AEW was supposed to help
The best
them.
guys, Tony Khan.
Why hasn't that happened? Well, because fucking Tony Khan stinks as a booker. And everybody's trying to get the stink of AEW off them right now. It's just the truth. So maybe we'll see some AEW guys, but it's not in the fucking marketing. The big data panel Nielsen numbers are in. Thank you, Raj Giri. NXT pretty much destroyed Dynamite on Tuesday. However, there was good news for both shows regarding the new rating system. In total viewers, NXT averaged 625K viewers, beating the 321K viewers scored by Dynamite by 95%. That's an ass whooping. So NXT scored a 0.12. Dynamite did a 0.07. The good news for NXT was they were up from last week in total viewers and key demo at the same time Dynamite's on. Oh, but wrestling fans, they're all watching on Max, Brian. It's fucking cope, man. I tell you guys this all the time. You know, like, no, dude, they're not all flooding over to fucking Max. If anything, they're using Max and watching it on replay. The good news for Dynamite is that the audience score was higher than the old Nielsen system. So, you know, Dave's spiraled and fucking he's melting down and seething over the new big panel system and all of that. Speaking of helping people on the indies, though, and Tony Khan being a money mark and where people have taken his money and put it to good use, Ruby Soho and Angelo Parker. And does this mean that they're sort of, you know, maybe they're not going to wrestle as much? Good for them. They don't need to. They have a fucking beautiful family. They got married out of nowhere. And now they're on the news. They opened a wrestling-themed gaming cafe called Victory Roll. So it's wrestling-themed, but there's books and board games, and they do movies and trivia and fucking, I'm sure there's a couple like old video games there and board games and shit. And this is awesome, man. And shout out Ruby Soho. Again, I think she could have been a lot more in AEW. She was real over when she first came in and she had the theme song and everything. Ruby, 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 Ruby Soho. That shit fucking ruled. And then, you know, she links up with Angelo Parker and then they have a child. They get married. Good for them. And then they open this thing. Who's going to run it? They're just going to hire folks. Great investment. This is how you promote wrestling the right way. Let's take a look at this news clip here.
In the last few years, we really wanted to bring something to Michiana that was unlike anything that was here.
Jeff and Dory Parker, co-owners of Victory Roll Board Game Cafe by day, and professional wrestlers by the names of Cool Hand, Angelo Parker, and Ruby Soho by night.
I have been a professional wrestler for almost 15 years now, on television for almost 10.
So the wrestling influence naturally runs quite strong throughout Victory Roll.
I think wrestling afforded my wife and I a life and ability to go into something like this.
Hey,
And
Tony, bud, did you get on your fucking knees and thank these folks for fucking giving you better advertising for AEW than fucking any of these sickos have? These YouTube channels with millions of subs have been giving you guys some pretty bad fucking press. Jericho, New Japan moving away from you guys. Some bad fucking press, man. Did you thank Ruby Soho? I hope you fucking wrote them a letter and made a nice contribution to the fucking to the Victory Roll there.
I think it would be a disservice not to pay homage to the thing that really helped us get here.
The Parkers are on maternity leave right now. The couple had the unique opportunity to share their pregnancy announcement on live television last year. Now they're using their time to raise a family, to raise a business based on having fun.
When you sit down here with your friends, your family, when you win, you get to rub it in a little bit. So the whole group gets to come out here. You get to take this beautiful championship, put it over your shoulder. You are now the Meeples champion, and you get to brag about your win, take a picture.
I wonder if Belts by Dan hooked that one up.
With everything. And
he did it while tweeting his displeasure for WWE.
How much you beat people.
If you don't want to be disturbed, even if you're not playing a game, if you're in the middle of a paper and you really need some focus, we have this red flag that lets us know that until we see that red flag down, we will not disturb you.
From here, the focus for all involved is on creating a family-friendly experience that goes across generations.
Whether it be the design, the decor, the idea, the menu, the food, the coffee, everything is approached with a love and a passion. I want them to see this as a place where they can really have fun. You can come with your friends, families, even come by yourself and find people in the gaming community that you can make.
I come best by myself. So yeah, shout them out. I'm glad they're doing something good for the community and shit, for real. So, you know, speaking of numbers, you know, the theme of this has been Tony Khan is cringe. He's a bad booker. AEW ain't helping nobody. The numbers are down. Here's an old Stinkashay quote where he goes, I'm not saying she's not amazing, in response to someone putting over Io Sky. And he goes, she 100% is, but I can do everything she can, probably even better. She can't do what I'm capable of, maybe not even half. Well, in 8 hours, dude, 11 months ago, you had fucking, you know, in 8 months, you couldn't get as many views as her, dude. So there you fucking go. And we're not here to view shame, but it doesn't get old, dude. It doesn't get old. And the proof is in the pudding. The sicko shit and AEW just isn't popping, okay? It's just not what people want. I'm sorry. And it's not about like, oh, we're not conforming, man. This is its own alternative. No, it's not. It's not. It's not. Because alternative shit is buzzing and popping. This shit is not, dude. These are empty buildings with fucking barely 2,000 people in them. And fucking Dave Meltzer going, oh, I mean, the rating's close to Raw. So what if it's true? You're lying on shit. If people did this in other sports or in boxing and UFC and shit, you get called the fuck out. It would be a problem. Don't do that. It's sicko shit. So again, I put this in here. Looks like I've been spot on with my AEW TNA predictions. Collision is constantly being added to Dynamite, and they keep adding an extra 30 minutes plus. An overrun to Dynamite too. Collision is getting canceled or just tacked on to Dynamite every week by next year, I think. And I'm full. It's 3 hours or 2.5 and all that shit every week. So they're just going to move away. They don't want Collision on Thursdays because TNA wants Thursdays. And because that's their day. It's been their day. They've fucking turned the whole ship around. They've fucking steered the whole ship completely 180. TNA's headed to the promised land right now, and they're growing slowly but steady again. And they've done it on Thursday nights. Why would they want to move? Now they will move if the money fucking tells them to move. But until that's the case, man, that's what they're hoping for. But we got a sign here. Tony fears ratings, and the things we've broken down tonight in this segment precisely explain why. And as Tony says, he just doesn't want to focus on weaknesses and all that stuff. But maybe if he did a little bit, and it doesn't mean you have to do it publicly and shame yourself, but maybe if you listen to someone like a Phil Marks or, you know, someone out there like a CM Punk, even when he was there, maybe things would be, you'd be drawing more. I don't care about drawing. Okay, then keep doing whatever this is. Cool. Good on you guys. I'll watch it. I'm a sicko. I throw it on. But it's just, there's never going to be a moment or an event. What's their marquee match every year that you look, oh shit, every year the King of the Ring tournament. Oh shit, the Rumble every year. The Casino Gauntlet, he just whips one out whenever he's fucking desperate. All In, I know, here's another show called All Out, and here's a show called Wrestle Dream, and here's a show called Wrestle Dynasty, and nothing has its own fucking identity, and we're going to try and look like WWE/NXT 2.0. We're going to put white ropes and rainbow colors because we're cheaping down on the fucking stages and sets, and we're trying to look like WWE if people are flipping the channels, even though we want to say fuck them. It's just like, get your own identity, get your own concepts. Even TNA, man, they had like Feast or Fire. They had the fucking King of the Mountain, the Gauntlet, the the match where the Full Metal Mayhem, or what was the thing where it was like, and like, here's the thing too, the Lockdown pay-per-view. I'm not opposed to like one pay-per-view where the whole ring is 6-sided the whole show, or like there's 2 rings the whole show, or there's fucking 3 rings the whole show, or there's a cage over the ring the whole show. I'm not opposed to that. It can work. It can work if you do it right. TNA tried these things, man. They innovated. They had different match types even. At least they had the King of the Mountain. What was that one where you like starve yourself then fight in a hardcore match? They even had all that shit. Lethal Lockdown and Ultimate X. Ultimate X, man. They're known for that shit. It's a brilliant match type if you really think about it. Now, the whole like climbing the cables, like shimmying to the thing, that's a little, I don't know about that. Like, how do you improve on that? It's work, though. They made it fucking work. Can WWE refine it a bit? Yes. They even tried to bring back the scaffold, but they did it in a different way where it's like you're just on an X on top of the building fighting on a platform, you know? So it is what it is, dude. And Wrestle Dream is going to have the lowest interest. Dave Meltzer's going to lie and say the pay-per-views are similar to the last ones because that's the only lie he can hang on, because then he's not saying they're down, but he can't say they're up. The interest will be so low for Wrestle Dream. People will pirate ship the shit out of the Wrestle Dream show. But Tony Khan just celebrated his birthday, man. So happy birthday to Tony Khan. I hope it was a good one. October 10th. We all know because I made the Time Cop comparisons earlier. And that's how you all know about it. And again, man, Isla Dawn. He has a name, Isla Dawn. She was on WWE TV for how long? The Grizzled Young Vets, who we saw they were announced as All Elite and moved to the AEW roster on the site. They're just in Ring of Honor. Who the fuck is watching Ring of Honor? Who's Ring of Honor for anymore? Like, why are you doing it? You know? Unless they're going to reinvent it and get it a TV deal or reinvent it as a weekly YouTube show or something like that, or do a Ring of Honor invasion or establish it as like, here's the Ring of Honor school and here's the coaches we put in charge of it. And this is like our NXT, and just pitch it that way. It's our performance center or whatever. It's our performance institute. It's where we develop talent and shit. Instead, you got Isla Dawn and the Grizzled Young Vets. I guess they're just a crew now, which is like, okay, but put them on TV. Like, what are they're back in action in Ring of Honor. Okay, who's watching Ring of Honor? And so this week may have been, this according to the Observer newsletter, this week, which was last week, may have been AEW's last shows at Daly's Place for at least for a while. Is that what the Observer said? This week may have been AEW's last shows at Daly's Place, Brian, for at least for a while. They are apparently going to build a new place for the Jaguars Stadium of the Future in Jacksonville. Stadium of the Future forever! Shad Khan. It's stadium. It's football forever of the future. The future stadium of the future. Oh, the Justice League will meet here on Fridays and fuck. Fuck, man. So it's their last show at Daly's Place. It is what it is. Moving along here. Dr. Britt Baker, DMD, removed. So again, everybody's removing the logo and the stink of AEW. You know, Andrade said, I'm fucking out of here. Chris Jericho's crew said, nope, no AEW talent. We're just going and doing our own thing. Indie style. And then we saw New Japan. They did put their title on a guy who's a triple contract, and Takeshita's smart to play that in the media. Like, I work for every company. I'm still independent, but I work for these 3 companies. And he's smart to pitch himself that way in the media, I'm telling you. And, you know, people are getting the stink off of them. No promotion for AEW in the New Japan, new beginning in the USA, which I thought the whole point of AEW's partnership was to help them grow. Well, it was one of the many points, right? And so we see Dr. Britt Baker here, professional wrestler, dentist. And she got fucking rid of all mentions of AEW. So, again, is she going to go to WWE? I don't know. I don't really want to see her there, to be honest, unless she puts time in the PC, but she's kind of past that point. So maybe if they work her out and she does some indie shows first or something, and like, or not indie shows, like house shows or something, and then that'll end up going viral. So you got to just whip it out on TV is the problem. Damn, whip it out on TV, pause, right? But I guess it's not like it's not like she doesn't have what it takes to be in WWE, but she's so green in the ring. Like the last few times we saw her, terrible, man. She just looked awful. And again, there's no house shows for AEW. There's nowhere to work out. There's nowhere you can't do certain indies. If Tony doesn't let you, maybe she doesn't want to do indies and lower her. Like she's sitting there, I'm a TV star for you. What the fuck? So it's unfortunate. Hopefully her deal's up. Hopefully her injury time's up and she can just go. Maybe she goes to WWE and she's like an older chick, not to call her old, but she's like a quote unquote veteran in the biz. How old is Britt Baker? Britt Baker age. Maybe she's like someone who's she's 34. So again, you want to kind of be called up from NXT at that time, but maybe she just goes to NXT for a little bit. Because I just don't think she's main roster ready. I got to be 100% honest, at least from what we saw last time. So speaking of people being released and possibly showing up on other shows, Sexy BJ Ray shoots a shot at AEW after WWE release. And I was shocked he got released as well, but he added Tony Khan and said, your boy is ready. Call me. The ratings machine, a.k.a. Sexy BJ Ray. I would 100% sign this guy, Tony Khan. And I would 100% stick him in Ring of Honor, whatever the fuck you're doing, and build him up. Or build him up. I don't fucking know, man. They have nowhere to build people up anymore. Where's Dark and Dark Elevation? Tony Khan, you fucking ruined everything. So speaking of ruining everything, politics ruin everything. And Triple H's thoughts said Hangman Page will address this tomorrow night on Dynamite. Making a joke here, I guess. So this girl here on Blue Sky says Angelic.Artang, who's, guys, guess who that is? That is an AI person. That's a guy. That's a fat, stinky sicko. And he's AI. And he may even be being paid to just post shit, post political shit and stuff. And so this girl here is like, it's time for MAGA to own this. No more blaming Biden. No more blaming Obama. No more blaming Kamala or Clinton. You did this. You voted for this. Own it. I don't even know this AI person. It's and a picture of an AI OnlyFans thought. Okay. And underneath, Dustin Rhodes is responding to this. Fucking boomers, man. Dustin. No one cares about your politics. He goes, yep, we did, and it's great. So, and again, I don't care which way you lean politically. Dustin saying, yep, we did own it, and it's great. Don't respond to AI bots doing politbro bait. Okay. And it's fucking cringe. And okay, so he's saying we did own it and it's great. So he's down with the MAGA. Hey, good for him. Whatever the fuck, whatever floats your boat. It's cringe. Same with Mick Foley. Right? It's cringe. And he's the complete opposite. And then Triple H's thoughts pointing out, like, what the fuck is Hangman gonna say about that? Are you gonna get mad? Because your boy Rhodes here supports the ICE stuff, seemingly. So what are you going to say something about this? Create problems backstage? This is the thing, man. There's problems backstage in AEW all the time. Because nobody's fucking, it's not about keeping a leash on the boys or anything, but it's just like media training and telling guys, look, just, it's private. Did you guys see how John Cena, some guy walked up to him and said, hey, Trump fucking whatever the fuck. And Cena goes, no, thank you. Have a good day, man. Thanks. That's how you handle that shit. And I'm not saying don't have freedom of speech or use your platform to speak about what you think is right. But when it's too overly involved in your wrestling company or whatever you're trying to fucking sell, man, it's just no fun. And it comes across grifty. And I'm not saying Rhodes is being grifty. I'm saying that some people are using Tony's platform to make their fucking polita statements and shit. And you have Dustin Rhodes like really, shining Tony Khan's shoes here a lot on Twitter and on social media and shit. And then he makes a statement like this. And Tony Khan's down. Tony Khan's down with Trump and all these fucking guys. Like we know the Bucks are and everything too. Who gives a fuck? But again, like you're just responding shit. You don't need to be. People are wackos and sickos are going to interpret this. It gives them a reason to roast Hangman. You need everybody on the team, on the same team. And that doesn't mean in their private political lives. That means like, I don't know, dude, your social media, like there's a reason, like employers have every right to look up your social media and be like, maybe, delete this or you're fired. You just can't work for me if you say shit. I'm not saying Tony Khan would take that approach. Either way it goes. right? But it's just a matter of like, this is the shit that gives people free reign to clown on you when you have your world champion going, fuck ice, boycott our TV show, and he's your world champion, and you're like, what? And then Dustin Rhodes, who is fucking constantly sucking up for AEW and shit now, which who could blame him? He's in his last legs of his fucking career, and he's making money hand over fist, can wrestle whenever he wants, you know, they slap titles on him when it comes in handy and shit. And he's down with the ice shit, and it's just like, okay, so is there going to be backstage heat? Are we not going to be allowed to see fucking Hangman and Dustin Rhodes? Like, Hangman, are you going to fucking go talk shit to Dustin? Are you going to be like, hey, Dustin, you should boycott this? Or whatever the fuck. I don't know, man. It's just, there's just constant bullshit in AEW. And this is why it gets clowned. It just seems like everybody's working against the fucking, you know, the right direction and shit. And again, people are like, no one cares when Punk does this stuff. Well, he did it in AEW. In WWE, oh, he's gone to protests and shit. Okay, so the news outlets run with it. Again, that's his personal life. He's not going on TV being like, I'm protesting fucking ice or whatever in Pittsburgh next week. He's not tweeting like, hey, boycott fucking WWE because whatever, man, you know, it's foolishness. So speaking of foolishness, here's Moxley. He says he would never let Batman join the Death Riders because he refuses to kill the Joker. Mox, you have more kidnappings and fucking trunkings and impalings with no death outcome. You wouldn't do it either, you pussy. You get fucking choked out by a Chili's line cook, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? Batman would slap the piss out of the fucking Death Riders, dude.
Inside of the DC universe that you would want into Death.
Pattinson's fucking Batman would slap the shit. And here's the other thing. Oh, he wouldn't kill the Joker. Dude, Batfleck would fucking, in Minecraft, shoot the shit out of the Death Riders, bro. Batfleck fucking owns the Death Riders, bro.
Riders. Who would it be and why?
You know, the Red Hood gets business done usually, you know.
Yep.
I wouldn't have Batman, you know, because at a certain point, like, are you just not going to kill the Joker?
Right. Like, let's be honest, it's been long enough, right?
It's getting ridiculous. You know, I'm a pragmatist. You know, this just, come on. You know, what are we doing here? I just can't get with that, you know. One chance.
Right.
Two. Okay, by the third time you've escaped Arkham and gone on a murdering spree. Like, would you shoot him? Somebody shoot him.
Inside of the DC universe that you would.
Right. So again, not to get all nerdy on Moxley, but yeah. Arkham Asylum's established. They believe in, it's like rehabilitating. If he lets the judicial system play it out, and they deem that these super criminals need to be like highly evaluated, and there's corruption that's, you know, runs deep and decades prior, that, you know, that's the story of Batman and all that. So it is what it is, man. He doesn't know shit about it, and that's cool. And some people make that argument, why wouldn't Batman just kill Joker? But it's like Joker doesn't just kill Batman either. So Moxley, you're fucking cringe. Shut the fuck up. Don't talk comics, bro. Just because you're in one. We talked earlier about Mercedes Moné and them winning their all these titles. So she's booked for another one. You guys see here the official match graphic for Mercedes Moné versus Persephone for the CMLL World Women's Championship this Friday in Mexico. So she won a 10th, I think, in Denmark. In Winnipeg, I think she won one. So isn't that 11? Like, we're losing count now. And then I think this is 13. Or if I'm off by 1 or 2 there. Someone correct me. But yeah, she's going to win that CMLL one. She won her title, her 10th title in Denmark. I think she beat Jody Threat in Winnipeg, if I'm not mistaken. And she also won that fake title in that fucking comic book we read earlier. So we talked about Tony Khan being a goof. We have our main stories: Kota Ibushi, Darby Allin being a dumbass, updates on WBD. But first, just to give us his thoughts here, a quick 30-second clip. Friend of the show, Alfred Kunawa, says that Tony Khan and AEW did everything they could to not only lie about the all-in attendance number. So we covered this before. The all-in attendance, was a lie. I called it. I didn't even harp on it too long because it's like I fucking told you guys this leading into the show. Okay, I said we're in the thousands. I went on record, 3,000 to 5,000 if I had to estimate. Well, that's what Thurston found out too. So there you fucking go. Figure that one out. And he has like fucking we're going to talk about it later in the sicko segment. He has like lawsuits against buildings and shit or cities or something, I guess, allegedly. I don't fucking know. We're going to read that in the sicko segment. But here's Alfred Kunawa's take just on the whole, all in being a lie. And, this to cap off the cherry on top of this very long segment of AEW news, contract updates, and really the theme here, like, the ticket sales aren't there, man. The interest isn't there. Everybody's getting the stink of AEW off them. Tony Khan fucking stinks. Period. He's got to switch something up.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
He's got to get out of the way, dude. And here's the lengths he went to. He has the state of Texas signing NDAs and shit like this to try and hide the fact that the attendance wasn't what it was and to hide ownership and all of this shit. We went over this before, but here's Alfred's take.
Tony Khan and AEW lied about the all-in attendance, and not only did they lie, they tried to cover it up. Tony Khan claimed around 29,000 for a half-empty Globe Life field. Cap. Texas government records revealed AEW did just over 21,000 spectators, and AEW even tried to issue a confidentiality clause with the city of Arlington not to publish or disclose attendance figures, turnstile counts, drop counts, ticket numbers, revenues, or box office receipts. In other words, AEW wants everybody to sign an NDA, even Arlington, because Tony...
That is fucking wild that he tried to get a goddamn confidentiality agreement. And this is why. Because what is he... Well, okay, people have said that other sporting fucking... this isn't out of... Like, other entertainment would do this too. Like a confidentiality. But it's crazy to me that it's to this level with the NDA thing, I've defended Tony and been like, man, in the entertainment business, it's whatever, but it's not just like tried to get them to sign a confidentiality agreement. It was like they were pushing for it and they got rejected because I don't even think it's legal in Texas or something. So it's like, who's Tony's lawyers that didn't know that or tried to trick them into it or whatever? I don't know. It's all just fishy and shoddy to me. And I could just really see AEW plunging in the next couple of years, man. And I know people said this years. I always said AEW would last forever, and I maintain that could still happen. Like in some form or fashion, it could survive on YouTube for a long ass time or something. But with Niccolo Piccolo breaking shit down, and he has a thread here we're going to go through again with the WBD merger that's coming up, like an update on it, or Paramount buying them or whatever. I guess that's sort of a merger, if you will, or a takeover. I don't know. But essentially, like, CBS is backdoor bullying AEW off of television if they buy Warner Bros here or whatever the fuck. So we're going to get into that and more in just a minute. I'm going to check in with chat though. Guys, make sure you hit like, make sure you hit subscribe. Well over 300 watching across YouTube and X. Become a member, gift a membership, super chat in, patreon.com/prowrestletimes. Thomas Moore for 2 says, oh damn, Takeshita's champion. Yeah, dude, he's the New Japan champion. That's pretty sweet. I mean, good on them. He's someone they're invested in as well. And Tony Khan's sinking money into, and everybody wants a piece of Takeshita, and I think he's young enough. We could look up Takeshita age. He's only 30. So let's say he does doing what he's doing for the next 2 to 5 years. He could go to WWE as like a top guy just main roster ready. Oh my God, Takeshita, you know, or maybe in 3 to 5 years, New Japan ends their shit with AEW and they start doing shit with WWE and he's the face of it or something. I like Takeshita a lot. So Lincoln Hawk's been a member for 15 good goddamn months. Bad Phil, do not rationalize that statement about Monet and Ultimo Dragon. Media environment may have a recency bias here, but they are miles apart. Yeah, it's an interesting debate. Like, I don't know, man. If somebody could bring, maybe I should ask a Grok and we could do it on the next show. But how do you compare them? Like, who drew more? Who is in the hotter feds? Whose opponents? Like, was Ultimo wrestling like legends every week, or were a lot of them no name? I don't fucking know. We could totally do like a Grok Chat GPT cross-reference analysis or something, because I don't got the time to research it all and give my biased fucking, because here's the thing, like, okay, Monet's fighting Jody Threat in Winnipeg. Does that count? Okay, so Dragon wrestled fucking Lionheart Chris Jericho before he was like, who ranks what, you know? It's just so, we'll see. But guys, make sure you're running those likes up. Speaking of Jericho, we're at 67 likes. We've had 2.5 hours of show, folks. We got to get those likes to 100. Here's Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let it get wild. Yay!
Oh yeah, run those fucking likes up. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we have more news. Okay, some hot news. So we talked about ratings, we talked about WBD and all of this stuff. We chronicle it here on the show. Comcast, they're eyeing buying Warner Bros. Discovery and merging Peacock with HBO Max. So Comcast is in the race. It might not mean anything. It could be a dud, but people are bidding on it, man. So we're going to see what happens. Niccolo Piccolo, a man with his finger on the pulse, hopefully of Andrade. Hopefully he's alive and well somewhere. But here's the WBD weekend update. Okay, so Zaslav's chickens are coming home to roost, and Ellison's got the feed ready. Deadline says WBD splitting in half by spring to dump cable debt and polish the studio for buyers who circling Paramount. The two Davids are on a collision course. David Ellison's lining up private equity firepower, but the real fight is Zaslav versus Ellison on value. Zaz claims a split puts WBD north of $30 a share. Ellison's whispering 22 to 24 billions in ego between them, and one of them's bluffing. Puck's William Cohen calls it Zaz versus the Maws of the Ellisons. Zaslav's pitch, stick with me, break WBD into two public, because studios and streaming under Zaz and Discovery Global under Gunner, and shareholders make more than any buyout ever could. So do you guys get it? Like, he's trying to, so all Zaz has got it. Here's the thing with Zaslav. He's worked himself into a position where the sale blows him up, like it blows his bank account up, or just doing the fucking split deal blows his bank account up. So he's trying to do like a double or triple play here. Yeah, we'll call it a triple play. He's saying like, look, hey, they're negotiating like the share. If we split into two companies, if you just sell, the shares go to about $24. If we split into two companies though, and I'm leader of one and this other guy's leader of the other, shares go to $30. But Zaslav either way gets the bonus that we talked about before on the show in his contract for a deal that gets done or whatever. If I'm not mistaken, that's how this works. So he's trying to work himself into getting the bonus for the deal, getting a new contract likely by having him running the one company. So staying employed. And then also the shares he owns go up to $30, like maximum, right? So he's fucking operating like this is 3D 4D chess. Dave's stuck on fucking, oh, well, I mean, you know, the K-Dama was problem. Wall Street's seen this move before. Discovery bought Warner, loaded it with $50 billion in debt, gutted CNN, lost the NBA, and wondered why nobody wants declining assets. Declining as in AEW declining assets? Yup. WBD's full of declining assets. Nicolo Piccolo says this, even with Superman, Sinners, and Minecraft, that bridge loan still haunts them. Dude, even with those movies making good money at the box office, and there's a lot of theories about Superman losing money and shit like this. I mean, I don't know, dude. Again, streaming is the whole landscape has changed with buy our streaming service every month, get these different tiers and get access to fucking, it's changed the game. We've seen movies like K-pop Demon Hunters. Everyone's talking about that. It was streaming and was so good. It had a theatrical run and then crushed at the box office or whatever. Like we're seeing everything's ass backwards now. So whether Sinners lost some money, was it a good movie? It seems like most people say it was fucking good. Shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? Theaters are just inflated to shit. People are not going to movies like they used to. And Minecraft, that bridge loan still haunts them. And I know people are like, oh, everyone went to Top Gun or whatever the fuck. Yeah. Yes, everyone went to that. Everyone's moms, dads, dogs, and fucking... Yes, all the fucking boomers who don't go to these movies anymore, who are just watching shit digitally because they're brainwashed to live in fucking pods, you know, and have Amazon drones drop their fucking groceries off. And yeah, dude, and they're fucking fear-mongered watching the goddamn news, Fox and CNN all day and shit. Yeah, dude, those people are just streaming shit. They don't go to the theaters unless it's like Top Gun. Makes them feel like a kid again. But anyways, Nicolo Piccolo saying the Ellisons are playing the long game. They leaked their plan to WSJ and then silent while WBD stock floated on takeover hype. Now they wait as the noise fades and debt rears back up. The cheaper the target gets, the patience is a weapon here. Sorry, I'm just keeping my eyes on this hater match. The silence of the Ellisons isn't hesitation, it's leverage. Every quarter, WBD slips. Every delay on the split, Zaslav's clock ticks louder. The Ellisons don't need to move fast. They just need to watch Zaz exhaust his own shareholders first. So he's saying that Zaz's pitch here for the triple play, it's not going to work, okay? He's going to get out. He's getting out at first. They've seen this before, right? So the board's binary. Stick with Zaz's breakup. Pray Wall Street rewards discipline. B, take the Ellison cash and hand over the keys. Either way, Hollywood's biggest Hail Mary ends with one David kneeling before the other and both trying to save face. If the Ellison wins, Paramount Skydance becomes the new school studio empire. Oracle money meets Top Gun swagger. If Zaslav survives, it's because he convinced the street he's worth more in pieces. Either way, the next 6 months decides who owns Burbank. Axe versus money, the battle for Burbank. Let me ask you a question. Zaslav splitting atoms to survive. Ellison circling with Oracle money and Top Gun leverage. One selling the future, the other's buying the past. 6 months from now, only one David walks out with the lot. And I think if Paramount gets a hold of this fucking AEW, they might just axe it, dude. I'm more convinced of that than ever because and this is why and here's the thing, AEW knows this. This is why they were confiscating the ice signs, is because media, I think society is just leading a little more conservative, more traditional, I would say. Not even conservative. I don't even know what the word is for it, but just people are leaning a little more, and that's what people are investing in. And you're seeing that in media. And again, we're not getting political here. We're just stating the media fucking landscape. It's what it is. We read that thread by Nicolo Piccolo, that genius thread, that, with what Trump's doing with the media, WWE Hall of Famer Trump is doing with the media and with the whole, in the States at least. And then with the whole like CBS, the way they're leaning, the people that operated, I can't remember all the names. Go back and watch the show where I broke down this thread from Nicolo Piccolo. He's always dropping bombs on us. But basically he's like, dude, this whole CBS thing, they're working with UFC and essentially it's going to backdoor. Like at the end of the day, if they get a hold of WBD. They're just going to look at AEW and go, well, we're partnered with WWE and TKO, and all of our friends are over here and shit, so you guys are out of here type shit. That totally could be something that happens. And of course, WBD, I'm sure Tony Khan and Hangman both got phone calls about that. Oh, boycott fucking HBO Max. I'm sure they're like, first off, this little fucking flea plebeian Hangman Page does not, you know what I mean? Like, won't affect us, but this is your world fucking champion. Someone for sure told Tony Khan, like, you're lucky this guy's even on TV. Fucking tell him to shut up. And then they were confiscating ice signs at the show. And so it shows you that WBD knows what's up. Obviously, what Niccolo Piccolo said is true about that shit. So, and everybody's taking the Saudi money. Everybody's taking the Saudi money now. Everybody, all these virtue signaling fucks, comedians and shit, they're all taking the Saudi money. So it is what it is. That's the way of the future, I guess. And yeah, I could totally see AEW getting backdoored. Now, whether or not Tony Khan keeps AEW alive in like a YouTube form or an online form or some shit. But how much money can he realistically keep sinking into this thing? And I know that people say, well, $100 million to them is like nothing. I just don't believe that, though. I don't believe billionaires look at, for 10 years, I don't believe billionaires look at hundreds of millions, like 100 million being wasted a fucking year, and it doesn't like irk them a little bit. Like, why are they billionaires? Tony's a billionaire because he was born a billionaire. He lucked into being a fucking billionaire. Shad Khan fucking had to invent a thing that people use on every vehicle you see that drives by you in the modern fucking world or whatever, right? You had to like change the fucking planet, sort of. And then, so I don't think a guy like Shad sees billions and billions or hundreds of millions or whatever being spent on a roster, and that makes them feel good when they're not producing money or success like the Jacksonville Jaguars, at least at that level. I will just say this. Tekla fucking rules, man. Talk about fucking aura, dude. Aura farming. So speaking of negative of aura, we have negative aura with this Ariel Helwani interview that Darby Allin did. Ariel's just going all out. He's interviewing authors who are writing Tupac books. He's interviewing Channing Tatum. He's interviewing pro wrestlers. He's just fucking like completely the MMA thing did not work out and it blew up in his face. And people who said it was a failure were right because he's just fully transitioning into all this other shit. And MMA media is like in the shitters, man. It's people like myself in MMA as well who are like getting the views and blowing up and shit because people want content, man. It's a fucking circus. Grab some popcorn, buds. But Darby Allin says Jon Moxley is the locker room leader for AEW. So let's take a listen here.
Leader of the locker room. Is there one?
I don't know. I think it's just anybody that pretty much like leads by example. And it sounds kind of strange, but I think Moxley is that
Okay.
guy.
I believe that.
I think Moxley is that guy. You know, he's a dude, when everybody was like, can someone else become world champion? This guy is at every show. He's there when it starts. He's there when it closes. He's got no ego. That's why I see myself in him a lot still. And it just, you got to lead by example. And he literally will do anything. He's there all the time. So it's great. But
leader of the locker room. Is there one?
Yeah, dude. So Moxley's the guy. He's the leader. And so here's what Darby Allin had to say. He's just an ungrateful fuck, man. And he's an idiot. I put it in the title. And he says, I wasn't getting anything out of being champion in wrestling. Performing in front of 81,000 people at Wembley the next day, I didn't feel a single thing. Well, it wasn't 81,000, but not that matters, but we're playing that game this week. We're back to playing, though. Well, the attendance was fake because they're getting caught faking it, so it is what it is. But you should be so fucking grateful, bro. You should be so fucking grateful. Owen Hart would fucking stretch you for saying something. Maybe he wouldn't. Owen Hart was kind of a laid back, chill guy by all accounts. More of just a funny prankster type dude. But it's just like, come on, man. 81,000 at Wembley. The people who've like given their fucking bodies and lives so you even had a chance to fucking do this, to play jackass in pro wrestling. And I agree with Mark Henry and some of these guys who've been saying, like Mark Henry and who else said it? I forget, but Mark Henry, I tweeted it out. Mark Henry and some of these guys are like, we need to gatekeep wrestling a little bit more from shitheads. Like, we got to stop letting everyone in. I get it with the NIL shit. Like, I get it. You're a fucking soccer player, but like you and your boyfriend just take the piss. You don't take it seriously. We need to gatekeep it from people like you, like Roger Jackson. Why the fuck is Roger Jackson back there? Who cares if the boys are drinking beers right now? Why is he there not understanding what the fuck's going on? Almost killing a guy because no one's smartening him up and shit. I'm not saying the boys should be back there drinking beers and fucking being marks for themselves and shit, but it's like, dude, that happened because you guys are just letting Jelly Rolls wrestle matches, and Jelly Roll takes it seriously, okay? But even Travis Scott showed up, did his thing, took off, fucked around. Something happened where they're like, dude, we can't even be associated with this guy anymore. And so Darby Allin's a shithead, in my opinion. The business should be gatekept from motherfuckers like him. I think the only good thing he's done was his thing he did with Punk. And otherwise, his run with Sting, everyone was like, it was one of the best retirement runs ever. It wasn't. He went undefeated and didn't put one guy over. He didn't put one guy over in his last match. He didn't put Darby over. You let Sting retire a tag champ with Darby instead of having the ultimate fucking ending being Darby ending Sting's career. Like, the ending was botched. You know, we just saw Sting do a bunch of crazy hardcore shit that nobody wanted to see him do. And other than fucking Tony Khan. And Tony papered the shit. And I'm not trying to shit on Sting, but his retirement, they're like, 15,000 people were there. Dude, the rumors are they sold tickets for $1. I think Tony Khan, I think that's admitted as much. I think that's documented. If I'm not mistaken, from Thurston or one of these guys. I think they were selling tickets for $1 at the last minute, trying to get people in there. So this is what Darby had to say. I don't get anything from any of this, man. Then why the fuck are you on my show? Why the fuck are you back there?
Because I wasn't getting anything out of being a champion in wrestling. If I won a championship, I didn't feel a single thing from it.
Oh.
Performing in front of 81,000 people at Wembley, the next day, I didn't feel a single thing.
Wow.
And then I was just like, no, I need to do something about this. So I don't just be like, oh yeah, I'm so happy, everybody. Like, because everyone's like, you should be stoked. I'm like, I'm grateful for it, but it wasn't making me happy. So that's the thing. I was like, man, I just need to focus on my own life. And, because that's why I think, if you live your life for somebody else, this whole journey, and then when the wrestling world spits you out and you're like, fuck, the last 20 years, whatever years, like, was all meant trying to make someone else happy.
Bro, do you hear this shit? Like, he doesn't even want to be Oh man, you gave your whole life to this thing. Yeah, man, everyone around you, for the most part, it's like their life. It's like, dude, I need this pro wrestling. Like, it's what I do. It's all I know. It's my vocation. Fucking Beast Mortis is the handsomest motherfucker without his mask on you've ever seen. And he is like, dude, I'm going to wear this mask and pretend to be an ugly bull demon to fucking, to do this thing that I love. Darby Allin's like, oh man, imagine, like, you give your life to something, you live your life for me. Yes, for a bunch of these wrestlers, living their life for them meant to them sacrificing to fucking pro wrestle until they get these good contracts. Your dumbass just got this good fucking contract super quickly because you're a pro fucking skateboarder and you were handed a bunch of shit and you're friends with Tony Hawk and all these Bam Margera and all these motherfuckers. And so you got fucking ushered into wrestling. Now, provided Darby's not the worst wrestler, in the world, right? He's kind of dangerous, but he's not like the worst wrestler there is. But you're doing jackass stunts and shit and skateboard stunts. So you get shoehorned into pro wrestling quickly. And then you are like not passionate about it. And you're like, fuck, man, if I don't live this life for me now, like, you know, my whole life, it's going to be like, fuck, man, I was just like doing this pro wrestling thing. Meanwhile, you have Joe on TV who like found this fucking, you know, he's a performer. He like gives his life. He talks about it on CVV. He's like, dude, I was a dancer. Like, we're performers and shit. I wasn't even a big wrestling fan. I just figured this shit out. And this motherfucker gave his knees. Look at Joe right now. Gave his knees, his fucking elbows all padded up. You know what I mean? This man fucking gave his body for this shit. Grinded and is like luckily in a fucking, because of his skills and his hard work, he's in fucking movies or shows with Anthony Mackie and shit. You have Danielson sitting over there, gave his head and his neck for this shit. I don't know, man. And you're just like, dude, imagine like I did this fucking thing that like all these people around me are sacrificing their fucking bodies for. And because I weigh 17 pounds with 12 rocks in my fucking pockets, I can land on my neck on the apron and it doesn't really hurt because I weigh 14 fucking pounds if you remove those aforementioned rocks from my pockets. God damn it, I'm mad. God damn it. Dude. Some of these motherfuckers, this is all they got. Most of the ones around you, this is like what they need to do with their lives. And you're like, fuck, man, if I just spent it like just in wrestling, like it's for someone else. Holy shit, bro. What a selfish asshole.
Like, I wasn't even doing anything for myself. So like, that's like, that. I'm so grateful that I'm at the mental spot I'm in right now.
Let's get some fucking likes. Let's get some subs. Let's get some fucking memberships here. I'm going off.
That's this early in my career.
Yeah.
So I'm not like, yeah.
Yeah, and maybe that's how he used to feel. You're cool, bro, if you don't feel that way anymore. So Darby Allin says he doesn't like the culture surrounding pro wrestling. To me, it's like a 15-minute ride. That's all it is. A lot of people believe their own hype, but at the end of the day, someone else is in control of your destiny. Bro, you painted your fucking face like that and went on TV and said, at the end of the day, man, someone else is in control of your destiny. I'm in control of my own destiny. You're only able to do all this stuff because somebody signed you to be a pro skateboarder, and then Tony Khan signed you and gave you a bunch of money that you didn't deserve in the pro wrestling world. It's like overprivileged bullshit, bro. Shibata's in this ring. He gave his brain. His brain was removed, Brian. And you're like, oh, dude, you know, I just choose to flip through glass and ruin this fucking wrestling company for all the other people who actually take it seriously and like doing this. And for all the people who want there to be an AEW in the future, I'll just come and fucking light myself on fire in a body bag. You're a fucking clown, dude. I'm tired of beating around the bush with some of these fucking AEW guys, man. Someone else is in control of your destiny, man. So that's the big reason I wanted to climb Everest, was to prove that I'm capable of anything. I don't like ego. That's what it is. Painting your face like that and going out in public and climbing Mount Everest, there's no ego involved in any of that. Holy fuck. This isn't incredibly egotistical to sit here and go, yeah, man, just giving your life to someone else like a slave. I'm above all that, bro. I do me. That's not egotistical, you little prick. Ooh, I'm capable of anything. The wrestling world is going to chew you up, spit you out. So if you believe your hype and it spits you out, you're literally living your life for somebody else. What? If you fail at a fucking thing, so because you lucked into success, because you can jump and flip your skateboard high because you weigh 12 pounds, and because you can land on your neck and it doesn't affect you because you weigh 12 pounds, you weigh as much as 2 loaves of bread in a shopping bag, and you fucking So you've gotten by on like, Bam Margera. Okay, and you do Jackass. So you've gotten by. So now all these wrestlers are just living for somebody else. Wrestling just chews you up and spits you out. So all these guaranteed 6-figure $1 million contracts, you're just ungrateful as fuck, and you're going to hurt someone real bad, or even you die, or someone will die on AEW television because of Darby. This guy will sit here and say this about wrestling and then zip line down to the ring with Martha Hart in the building. You're just an edgelord asshole. He's one of these Kurt Cobain. Oh man, everything. It's dark and twisted, bro. It's fate, man. Don't be a sheep, bro. Let them control your destiny. Shut the fuck up. So, unfortunately, Darby doesn't shut up. He has this to say. They cut out the cancer in the AEW locker room. Now, it's funny. A lot of people saw and heard this quote and were like, oh, he's talking about Punk and all this shit. Punk and Darby are friends. And he says he's not talking about Punk. I call bullshit. I think Darby's a little wiener. And I think when people are in the room talking shit about Punk, he sits there and like, oh, totally. And I think they're talking about like Miro and Aleister Black. And I think also, and I'm going to throw this out there. Here you go. Here's an allegedly who I think.
Allegedly.
You guys remember that mega lawyer, mega whatever the fuck? I think mega people hate her. I think she got painted in a bad light there, whether deservedly or not. And this is all South Park. I'm just tossing shit out there, but who knows? I think he's talking about other people, but I also don't think Darby's the type of guy to be like, not cool, man, if people are trashing Punk there. Because they just can't get over it. They can't. But yeah, this is what Darby had to say about cutting out the cancer, man. Yeah.
How would you describe the vibe around the company right now? Because it feels to me like there's a lot of positivity.
No, it's amazing.
Okay.
I'm not just saying that.
Yeah.
Like, but like you say, like a few years ago, it was like you definitely felt like just this tension. But now it's
and it smelled like Teen Spirit.
It's like everybody's on the same page. Let's make this place as good as possible. And I feel like a lot of people truly have to understand how good they have it. Because Tony he wants everybody in the ring and in their personal life to be happy. And that's a really good energy where it's like, hey, just everybody be the best versions of yourself. And I feel like it's like right now more than ever, everybody's on the same wavelength.
Is that why Sloppy Dumpy Moxley's fucking on the outside? Fucking, oh my God, barely selling for guys and shit. Fuck.
Everybody has the same.
I hate to just bury it all, but like, Jesus Christ.
Goals.
See, this is exactly it. This is exactly it, man. The reason too we see all like the skinny, small, like Garcias and Yutas and these Allens and shit fit right in with Tony Khan is because that's what he is. He's like this skinny, small guy. He can't wrestle. That's why he doesn't push big guys and shit. And they align with that, like, well, and it's what Tony, we covered it in that interview earlier. Tony's like, we won't focus on negatives because negatives are bad. And it's like, that's cool. But if that means like you think you're going to push Garcia as like a serious guy, dude, that's not going to happen just because like, well, it doesn't matter how small he is. Like, no, the fans will tell you it's supply and demand. The fans are not watching. They're saying boo.
Difference was like, what changed?
The cancer got cut out.
Which is what?
Just egotistical wrestlers that don't want to lose.
Are you
like who doesn't want to lose? According to y'all, Bobby Lashley and them don't want to lose, and they're still there. So it's better that Rusev doesn't want to lose to you. See, this is why Darby's saying this, because I'm going to tell you why right now. I'm going to expose, this is the truth. This is the fucking matter of fact right here. Rusev and some of these guys said, I'm not losing to Darby. Oh, you want me to just lose to Darby on Dynamite? Nope. Oh, is there a story? Okay. Aleister Black's like, yeah, I'm not losing to fucking Orange Cassidy. Is there a story to it? I'll lose to him, but like, I'm not losing to, like, oh, so they're just protecting their business and the business in turn. So Darby's one of these guys who gets rejected because people don't want to do his stupid shit. And he's butthurt by that. Guys, over 330 watching the live. Let's hit like, let's hit subscribe, super chat in, become a member, gift a membership, check out Patreon.
Specifically talking about one person or multiple
No, just
people?
the groups of people.
Okay,
like
okay.
there's a lot of people, and that's the
People
thing.
came in.
Well, that's the thing is like that's what I was saying earlier with wrestling.
People came in. Who, buddy? Fucking Hulk Hogan and Eric Bischoff and these guys? Who are you talking about?
With climbing Mount Everest, it's like it kept me so grounded and level headed. And at the end of the day, this is all staged. It's the greatest thing in the world, but it's staged. So if you're going to have an ego about that, get out of the fucking sport. Go be in the UFC. Go try, you know what I mean? Like, don't be.
That is true. That is true, but it's true to an extent. So here's the thing, right? If like I go see a horror movie and they don't at least attempt, like I'm suspending my disbelief. Okay, Jenna Ortega's getting chased by fucking Ghostface, and I got to pretend that the shit that's happening in this movie could actually happen or would actually happen or whatever. It's the same with wrestling. And part of that is it's tough guy shit. And part of that is being physical with each other. And part of that is Darby. There's guys who fucking had to stretch people who got stretched, who would stretch you back in the day, who fucking can't walk. They're in wheelchairs. They're missing legs. They're fucking dead in a grave, buddy. And so you can jump through glass with Jack Perry and get paid $1 million to make a fucking mockery of the shit that they put their life on the fucking line to do. Like really put their life on the line, not artificially like you. I'm going to create some fucking stupid situation. Well, that's what it all is, but not really. If there's psychology in the storytelling. Oh, this is all fake. Yeah, but guess what isn't fake? The money and the miles. So no, I don't want to. I weigh 300 pounds. I'm not letting this dumb fuck drop me through 2 tables and then pinning me and then having 9 guys come out and put me in a body bag. I'm not fucking doing that on this stupid show when we're not selling tickets. When something smarter than that would sell tickets. Well, who cares about selling tickets? Yeah, you don't care, Darby, because you're making $1 million fucking dollars to do dumb shit, to go climb Mount Everest and be the best you and go to therapy or whatever the fuck you're talking about. You're taking this money marks money. You got a bunch of free money to be lazy and shit and just show up whenever you want because you don't got to work out and you don't get injured and you don't get mileage because you weigh 12 pounds. And you go, yeah, it's fucking, man, the ego of some of these guys. Oh, you mean like Bam fucking Margera, your friends? You guys were fucking the ego of fucking, what are you talking about? You're a face painted guy with a big scorpion tattoo on your head that wears fucking chopped up shirts. Like you aren't trying to have people go look at me. The ego of people like your friend Steve-O and some of these fucking guys. Like, what are you talking about, man? You're in entertainment. That's not just wrestling. Oh, this is all fake. Okay, so Tom Cruise should let the fucking villain take a shit in his mouth in the next Mission Impossible movie. Just 'cause. It's all fake, right? Like, yeah, it's called entertainment, bro. Like, Jesus Christ. I'm real. I'm really a skeleton face paint skeleton guy. I'm really real. These other guys, it's all fake. Man.
Bringing that shit here. This is about having fun.
This is about having fun. Tell that to the fucking Walmart worker who goes to work every day and buys your goddamn t-shirt. It's supposed to be good entertainment for him, man. It's supposed to be fun. Holy fuck, man. If you could be so lucky that your job is supposed to be fun, and you're so lucky that your job is a fun one. God damn it, man. This is one of these like rich, spoiled, asshole fucking dickhead kids who never gets in trouble. He breaks windows. The cops are like, oh, we don't touch this guy. His fucking dad's the sheriff or whatever. He's been in no trouble, zero discipline for any of the dumb shit he's done in his life. Oh, man, get that serious shit about running a business out of here. This is about having fun. Okay, you shouldn't be in the fucking business. This is
about like just putting on a good energy and like, it's like, come on, man, just stop.
It's about putting on a good energy. Then how about you leave and go to the beach and sell seashells or whatever, bro? It's about good energy, man. It's about having fun. We are, and in life's heart, it's about fun, man.
And that's like the biggest thing with me is like, once all that got cleared up, I really felt, okay, cool.
Once the guys who didn't want to put my skinny ass over left the company, I was like, oh yeah, things are better now.
Let's rock. But I just don't
It's
like
about fun. Jesus fucking Christ, man. You know when everybody has the most fun? When they're making a lot of goddamn money, okay?
You know, poor people don't like AEW.
Like, I don't like egos. I can't stand them.
Meanwhile, I don't like egos, man. I can't stand them. Meanwhile, this asshole probably smells like fucking patchouli and wears skeleton face paint out in public and bleaches his hair blonde. Man, and I ride a skateboard, dude. Fuck you. So here's what Darby Allin does here. And again, they're making fun of Ariel Helwani. So he's taking the piss from Ariel. Because the whole thing from Ariel's show was like Tony Khan doesn't know how to drink properly out of a bottle. You guys all saw that where Tony Khan goes to drink out of the bottle. He's like choking. He's like, oh, 1 second. Oh. And Ariel's like, what the fuck? And he called him Snowman and all this shit. So now you're seeing guys like Darby Allin. Some of these guys are like, no, I'll go do Ariel's show and stuff, right? Because he's always reached out to them. Just Tony was being a little bitch. Since that's become more the narrative, you see these fucking people like Osprey will go do some guy's pod. It gets 100 views. You see that fucking Tuke Timbo guy has a live show. Dude, no one watches the stream live. And then 24 hours after, it's still at literally no views. And you got Prince Nana trying to sell coffee on that shit. Like, whoa. You guys need to embrace people who are critical of you. It's not always bad. And so this whole like wrestlers are allowed on Ariel thing. Yeah, it's, you know, and Ariel's spreading his wings more. And certain guys, if you're friends with Tony Khan, Darby, I do what I want, man. MJF, I do what I want. You guys can do Ariel. We'll see more people do Ariel. Tony Storm was on there. And, you know, Tony Khan's just got to loosen up a bit because Ariel does have a platform now for this type of content, right? And so Darby Allin, though, he's doing the can't drink. He's taking the piss, I feel, from Ariel and his audience a little bit. But let's take a look. He just dumps water on his face.
I'm literally breaking down mental barriers in my mind every time I do something crazy. I'm always breaking down. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you, Rick. Appreciate that. Oh yeah. Okay. Wow. Okay.
I'm breaking down mental barriers.
Why did you just do that? Okay. All right.
Breaking down mental barriers in my mind every time I go out there and do something crazier because it's coming from a life of just being told you're not going to amount to shit, and you.
Because that is crazy and that'll go viral and shit. And he dumped the water on himself. But I swear they're making fun of like, oh, he can't drink properly. And again, just what bad promotion. Like you go on Ariel, you're either taking the piss out of him or you're doing some dumb shit. Like someone's got to sit there after Darby. Someone else is on the show. It's not just Darby. So someone's got to clean that up. That's just an asshole thing to do. And then on top of that, it's like, you know, what does this tell people about AEW? Like, look at this skinny asshole with face paint who just sounds redacted when he's like, oh, the ego man. And he just sounds egotistical the whole time. And then he just dumps water on his head and face. Can't drink properly. Can't wipe his ass properly. Yeah, come watch this wrestling show where Moxley is going to get pizza cuttered and impaled with a fucking ogre mace. Like, it's just ridiculous. So we can watch that one more time.
Something crazy.
It's just he's taking the piss, man. These are the guys that you need to protect the business from, I'm telling you. Because what happens when Darby does one of these stunts and really fucking dies or hurts himself? Right? He shouldn't be in the position to do that.
I'm always breaking down. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you, Rick. Appreciate that. Oh yeah. Okay. Wow. Okay.
I'm breaking down mental barriers.
Why did you just do that? Okay. All right.
Breaking down mental barriers in my mind every time I go out there and do something crazier, because it's coming from a life of just being told you're not going to amount to shit, and you spend your whole life believing what those people are saying. So you're like, oh, I guess I'm just going to work at a fast food job the rest of my life. A lot of standing on my feet, working for somebody else. And you believe that. But the moment I started doing crazy shit, it made me feel like anything was possible. So I go out there and just go crazy in high school, jump off a roof into a bush or something. I'm like, oh, I'm getting mentally stronger.
Okay, so go be Jackass. Go be on Jackass 4. They just made a thing called Jackass 4. That's for you, fucking stupid Meltzers over here.
Oh my God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
The crazier I get, the more confident
Jackass 5. 5 stars.
I get. I'm literally breaking down mental barriers in my mind every time.
This guy's just a dumbass. And meanwhile, you know, while he's breaking down mental barriers, man, smells like Teen Spirit. Fucking edgelord, cringe lords. So there's people like Kota Ibushi who broke barriers of their fucking body and bones, and they fucking can't wrestle really, and their legs fall apart. And so what had happened was at the taping for Collision, Kota Ibushi and Josh Alexander, they botch. Ibushi's jumping off top ropes and shit still. A guy who did an interview and literally said, my body just falls apart. He's like going off the top ropes, and they taped this and they fucking aired it. They aired the Ibushi injury. Now, I'm not saying you can't do that. Like ECW would do shit like that. But AEW just can't afford to have situations like this happen. Not right now, man. Not right now. And just airing this seems sort of like, I don't know, in poor taste, I guess.
On his back.
So,
My God.
and he just falls backwards. Look at how he's falling. And I'm free. Free for hits the barricade.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Now. On his back.
And then his leg's injured, and then it's just
My God.
an injury. Right? So they air this on the fucking taped show. And then there was a video after. Like, he got carted off. Apparently, it was really bad. So people are saying the word making the rounds backstage at AEW is that Kota Ibushi suffered a broken femur. There's been no official announcement yet. Kota Ibushi suffered an apparent injury at AEW Collision tapings on October 8th. During this match with Josh Alexander, Ibushi fell out of the ring off the buckle and was checked on by medical officials. After some time had passed, Ibushi was stretched away from the ringside area. It's so crazy because I literally said, Ibushi's back. That's great. I just hope he doesn't fucking get really hurt again or whatever. Like, just don't get hurt, dude. Like, you know, he did an interview. He's like, my legs don't work or whatever the quote was. What does that mean? You know, what do you mean they don't work? What does that mean? Or my legs are hurt or whatever the fuck he said. Dude, he gets hurt. Like, The fuck, man? Just pay him and induct him in your Hall of Fame and have him coach people. So you're not allowed to wrestle anymore as long as I give you money. I'll give you all the money in the world. You're already giving him all the money, Tony. Just give him all the money to not hurt himself anymore. Jesus Christ. Oh, you know, man, Tony Khan just wants what's best for everybody, bro. You know what, man? Tony Khan just wants the best for everyone, man. Does he? Does he, though? So let's take a look. Here's Ibushi being carted off. And prayers up for him, man.
Thank you.
He'll be good. It's like a leg injury or some shit. He needs surgery again, I think. But
Thank you, Bob.
so yeah, he's carted off. Someone sneaks a little bit of that. And so Kota Ibushi says it will take him 1 year to fully recover from his femur injury and 2 years until he can get back in the ring. Kota Ibushi age, you're already washed, bro. You're 43. Yeah, I'm going to get back in at 45. My legs are Lego. Fuck. God damn it. He says, my current condition, 1 year to fully recover, 2 years until I can step into the ring again. I believe in myself more than the doctors. I absolutely don't believe in that. I know I have amazing DNA that gives me the ability to heal. So Tony Khan had this to say. He comments on it. He says, we are all very grateful for the Golden Star. In my opinion, he is one of the greatest wrestlers that I've ever seen. He is adored by the AEW locker room and fans worldwide. We wish him the best as he recovers from the leg injury he suffered on Collision. Watch it live tonight. Time Cop. Dude, on hashtag Collision tonight. And then they aired it. We wish him a speedy recovery that he suffered on Tuesday that we filmed that we're going to air tonight.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Tune in tonight to see his fucking leg injury. Dude. Tony, man. And so Kota Ibushi shares that it'll take him 2 years, but Tony Khan also personally went to visit Kota Ibushi tonight after the Jaguars game. The Jaguars. And so he brought him these plants that I'm sure were very expensive. Some of them look edible. We are all thinking of you and sending our best wishes for a smooth and speedy recovery. Tony Khan, Florida's #1 flower shop. So here's the pics. Hopefully Ibushi's doing well, right? And then Tony Khan went and visited him. How cute is that? And then look at this fucking letter, dude. You plus your hard work. He just like quickly wrote it in the back of his limo. Quick, hand me a cocktail napkin. You plus your hard work. I wish you all the best in your recovery. Everyone in AEW respects you so much. Thank you. God bless you, Mr. Kota Ibushi. Best guy. And it says best Tony Khan. That's how he signs. The best guy is
The best
me.
guy is Tony Khan.
Oh my fucking God, dude. That is good shit. So he visited him, and here's what Tony Khan had to say. We end this news segment, this very long AEW news segment tonight, with Tony Khan leading a Kota Ibushi chant at the AEW Collision taping following his injury.
Most challenging sport of all when it comes to injuries, the hardest hitting sport of all is professional wrestling. Thank you for being so respectful, and let's give it up for Kota.
He sounds like someone ran over his dog. He sounds like he just found out his fucking dog was euthanized or something. Listen, you know, we may never walk again, but you know, things are great. Everyone enjoy the Pointer Sisters. And I'm going to just play their music. And I hope he's alive.
Most challenging sport of all when it comes to injuries, the hardest hitting sport of all is professional wrestling. Thank you for being so respectful, and let's give it up for Kota Ibushi.
And then he throws the 2 sweet up. I didn't know Wolfpack was back, dude. What are you fucking...
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Whoa.
Thank you.
Most everybody enjoy. This is the Wolfpack theme song. I bought the rights to it. Down, 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 down. Oh my God. Head down, and he throws up the fucking too sweet me. Now everyone give me a too sweet for his recovery. Oh man. Oh man. Yeah, I hope Ibushi's okay. There's your Tony Khan cringe of the week. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was a very long AEW news segment. All together now in chat. For AEW news. Excellent. Glorious, man. Jesus Christ. I've done a 3-hour show, and we just did AEW news for 3 fucking hours, which is pretty crazy. Guys, WWE and TNA news, if you want all of that, become a member, 99 cents. And I do member Monday shows every Monday, and I broke down all of the Ridge Holland Bound for Glory tickets, them fluffing the house apparently, and all of that. And yeah, so make sure you guys hit like and subscribe as well, or I'll punish you with Jericho some more. No, I'm just joking. And guys, there is about 350 watching across YouTube and X. Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week is my new podcast, live every Thursday on YouTube, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, and then it goes up on podcasts. You can listen to it. Make sure you guys find the link below, add it to your podcast, wherever you listen to podcasts. Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week. It's my new show, and it fucking rules every Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern, live on YouTube. What do we have here that is pressing? So we have, yes, miscellaneous news is aplenty. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's head over here. Today we are going to do, because we don't have much of this here, so okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's head over here. Let's get Banjos in the chat for a good old country road TNA news, but WWE news combo. So it's a WWE TNA news combo because, again, I covered TNA and WWE news on the last show, all of the pressing stuff, but we do find ourselves with 2 quick stories that sort of relate to WWE. So Chris Bay provides a major update on Wrestling Future after his successful neck surgery. He, of course, came out of Bound for Glory. He's like, I just want to wake up one day and feel okay. That's my main goal. After the surgery, I thought I'd never wrestle again. I was fine with that. I might be able to do it again, maybe one day, just not anytime soon. So it's good to get an update. Don't ask him, though. Just ask how his recovery's going if he's feeling good. Zachary Wentz, though, is in the men's speed tournament. So TNA Zachary Wentz, he was formerly in NXT. Of course, he's taking on Jasper Troy, though, who's in the speed tournament, which is crazy. So you have Sean Legacy from Evolve, Axiom from SmackDown, Zachary Wentz from TNA, and Jasper Troy from NXT. Winner takes on El Grande Americano, who they bill from AAA, dude. And so what WWE has going on for them with these speed tournaments is like, you know, hey, here's someone from each different brand or whatever can compete in eventually they can do that. Like someone from each brand can compete in the world's biggest speed tournament or whatever the fuck. So that's really cool. But then we head over here to WWE news. And, Ridge Holland had re-signed a 1-year extension with WWE in November of 24. That was about $200,000 less than what he had previously been making. So he took a pay cut. And for those of you who don't know, he also isn't getting paid for the 6 months that he's recovering and he's getting paid for the next 30 days. And then he's done getting paid for the next 6 months, which fucking sucks. I hope he gets in TNA or something like that. Hopefully he does well for himself. Speaking of people who getting fired and released, OTM, who I thought out the mud, who I thought was released, fucking got re-signed after a bunch of other prospects. I don't know if Out the Mud have just been gone for a while. I thought they were cut. Were they not? But they've done a bunch of Evolve and NXT cuts and all of this shit. And now Out the Mud is back. So good shit there. SmackDown numbers from last Friday's episode taped were down from the prior week. So, guys, SmackDown has been fucking up. We have to keep an eye on their ratings. Now, I get it. Internationally, it's all streaming. I get it. And I'm of the camp of, like, who gives a shit? People watch what they watch. Right? But SmackDown has been putting on stronger shows, but the ratings have been down a little bit. They've been trying the last couple, and they've even mixed up creative. So hopefully it plays out for them. I think the move for SmackDown eventually, either one of these shows, one of the main roster shows will always just be on like Network, USA TV and shit. They'll always have their fingerprint everywhere. I don't think they're too worried about it though. But it's just something to keep an eye on, okay? They're like, if they start dipping below 1 million, that's a fucking problem. Unless you can, without a doubt, prove to me that all those people went and started watching somewhere else, but I don't think that's possible for people to prove. But SmackDown averaged 1.025 with a 0.22 in the key demo, down 13 and 19%. It was the fourth week of SmackDown utilizing the new Nielsen big blah, blah, blah. SmackDown faced tough competition. So here you go. They had tough competition from the MLB AL Division Series game between the Detroit Tigers and Seattle Mariners, which averaged 8.49 mil. SmackDown ranked number 4 on cable and placed 5th on the night in the key demo. The show aired live on Netflix earlier in the day outside of the U.S. Year over year, SmackDown was down 26%. Down 48% from the key demo. But it was also tracked using the old system last year. So we got to keep an eye on this, okay? Because the last SmackDown was really fucking good too. But again, people watch shit on streaming now. When I can look at Netflix and every country can all post pictures of, in Canada, in the UK, over here, WWE's in the top fucking 10 constantly, number 1 on the day, number 3 on the whatever. Okay, then I can safely go, well, lots of people are streaming this shit. It's number 1 on Netflix. Oh, you mean like Squid Games and Stranger Things and shit? That's fucking crazy. You mean like the Canelo fight and the fucking, every week they're number 1 that day and like number 3 and 4 in Canada and shit? I mean, and every time, I've said this a billion times, every week, if I go in my top 10, SmackDown, NXT, and Raw are all in there. Every fucking week. And whatever PLE they do are all in the top 10. This past one, Crown Jewel, was number 1. So I think we can safely say people are streaming this shit. With AEW, it's like, they're on Max, okay? Where are they ranking top 10? Then nobody's watching. Why? Because nobody really streams Match. But the Pit has millions of viewers. Okay, that doesn't matter. You're taking the biggest extreme and trying to say that somehow works, that applies to AEW in some way. It's ridiculous. So Lainey Reed has officially joined Fatal Influence. And good for her. That was the rumors. I think it's a perfect fit. I think she's better than Jasmine Nix. And great shit. And Lainey Reed and Fallon Henley both sound like they could break off and do the country girl gimmick after too, and it would work. So happy Wednesday. We'll circle back to that. But Ridge Holland's WWE release while injured has caused significant concern. Now, this is according to Fightful. significant concern for the roster and has left multiple names universally disappointed that he is not being paid while injured. I mean, just shut the fuck up. Oh, yeah, man, I was backstage. Like, what is the source on this? I was backstage and someone said, and this comes from Elboo, I'm pretty sure as well. I'm not joking. Sap came out and was like, yeah, it comes from Elboo. Like, oh, the fucking noted liar that everyone called out for being a liar? You mean that guy that doesn't do that show you guys were on together anymore because he fucking lied a bunch? So, I don't know, man. Like, universally disappointed that you're just adding words to make it fucking, oh, yeah, this writer, a source in WWE said that everyone was upset that he's not getting paid. Yeah, we're all upset he's not getting paid for the 6 months. One veteran talent in WWE feels it would never happen pre-pandemic. They released a bunch of people during the pandemic. The fuck are you talking about, man? So almost 60,000 people were in the queue up for a ticket to John Cena's final SNME match. I even saw on Twitter people saying there was over 60,000 people waiting in the queue to get tickets to Cena's final match. Again, rumors. This is from PWI. Rumors and innuendo. Some people backstage are reportedly taking a wait and see. Wait and see. It's not just me. Approach to Seth Rollins' injury following his fake knee injury over summer, which reportedly affected the morale backstage. It didn't affect the morale backstage. People were shocked. This is how it affected morale. Oh, fuck. The boys got worked, and a bunch of them believed that it was... They like to pretend, oh, there's distrust and all this shit. However, others have complained that the vision, with you fucking dirt sheet marks leaking everything, they have to do it this way. However, others have claimed that the vision wouldn't have broken up and turned on Rollins if the injury wasn't legitimate. Yeah, it's pretty clear that he's actually hurt this time, and he faked the injury last time, guys. So Braun Breaker, he was having fun at a house show, and he called security on kids yeeting at him. So let me hear you say yeet. I want them in jail or whatever. That's fun. That's good. Good way to heal on the kids. Also at this house show, though, Punk hit a riptide and pretzel pin on Dom and fucking mounted him Diddy party style. Yeah, so that was pretty fucking suspect. No, I'm just so SmackDown last Friday, we went over the ratings already at Halloween Havoc. So Halloween Havoc, listen to how I'm saying shit. Already Halloween Havoc. So Dr. Wagner Jr. Competed on NXT. He looked awesome. He looked great. I want to download him on my 2K. And Halloween Havoc here, he's taken on Ethan Page in just for the North American title. So not a double title match. And that'll be a good one, man. Ethan Page, the greatest North American to ever live. WWE 2K25, John Cena. His farewell tour edition pack dropped. So even if you buy the season pass and all this shit, you don't get this. Even if you pre-ordered the Bloodline edition and all that shit, you don't get this. You have to buy this. This is like they do with the Bad Bunny pack or the Bray Wyatt thing. So I hope they include the prototype Persona card because they make that shit impossible on my faction to get. And yeah, so I think I'm going to start Twitch streaming and Kick, and I'm going to start a Kick, guys. And I'm going to stream my universe to both of those simultaneously instead of YouTube and shit. I think that's how I'm choosing to go with that. I don't know yet, though. But, yeah, it'd be nice to have the prototype up in there, or just like the debuting Cena when he debuted against Angle. But either way, you got to pay for this. I think last year's was like $14 Canadian or some shit. So that's like fucking $12 American or something. So, yeah, go and buy this. Pretty cool. That's tomorrow. WWE ID. Now, I keep getting sniped by WWE and blocked by them whenever I play this, but they just announced like a new class of WWE ID prospects will be announced on Evolve soon. So they lose all these people, right, who fucking turn down these deals and don't re-sign. They don't re-sign, and so now they're like a bunch of people will be announced for Evolve. It's kind of fucked, man. They need to work out a better system. But speaking of Evolve, at Evolve Succession, which was like their first PLE, Kendall Gray is the new Evolve Women's Champion. And she takes over Wednesdays all the time, Thursdays, which I'm not a fan of, but shout her out for becoming the new Evolve Women's Champion. Round of applause for her as we put 2s in the chat for Wednesday. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Wednesday. A classic one, too. No fuddy-duddy camera tricks. No losing themselves in the plot or anything. Just fucking right here. A good old-fashioned vertically filmed Wednesday.
Pass out. Then my head hit the wall. Boom. But I had a praying grandmother.
Hey guys, happy Wednesday. I would ask if any of you have heard from Charles, but don't worry. He made sure to send me this lovely message all the way from Japan.
What was that? Honestly, like, I know you can't win them all, but seriously, that's how you decided to go out. I said, don't do anything crazy. And look what you've gone and done. Look, I'm not mad. I'm just
on NXT, she like eliminated her companion there.
disappointed.
There's
really, really disappointed.
Do not let this get to you. Don't listen to him.
I mean,
that's Kendall Gray right there.
That's easy for you to say. You were in the top 4 and you actually took out the inspiration.
Okay, look,
It was the battle royal that they set up.
let's brighten up the mood. Let's bring some positive energy in here, and let's answer some questions, some Wednesday's questions.
I don't know. Maybe you could do it because I'm just not.
You're not feeling it?
No, did you see it? I embarrassed myself.
I got you. Okay. Fingers closed. Okay, gotta read. I like this question. If Kendall Gray wins the WWE Evolve Women's Championship tonight, will you let her join Ren QCC?
Tonight?
Yeah, that's
tonight.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
No, that's tonight. So I kind of have to go, but tune in and wish me luck. Bye.
Well, she ended up winning.
I'll keep my eyes on you. I'll keep my eyes out. I'll keep my eyes out. Good luck.
Yeah, so there you go. And she ended up winning. She beat Kaylee Armstrong. So Kendall Gray is the second WWE Evolve Women's Champion, ladies and gentlemen. And that was good old countryside TNA news with a little WWE news in there, a little TNA. FTR and Jet Speed, that's their big get. Jackson Drake defended his Evolve title. Steiner Math Birthday Edition. Now, most people, when they hit 21, they're thinking about parties, bars, and bad decisions, but not my son. Brandon's got discipline. Oh, that's cool. This kid turned 21 or some shit. So, like, I don't get it. Are Harley Cameron and Willow Nightingale with jet speed now, or aren't they conglomerate or whatever? What the fuck, man? And no Andrade on the show either. What a fucking L for these guys, man. They just sign him. He gets his guaranteed money. He fucks off because he knows that Tony's got to pay him even if he fucking fires him. He wrote it in the deal. It's got to be. So Jet Speed are out there. So they're just duking it out. Who's fighting who? And then they knock Bane out. So why have them like cut this promo, then just get beat up like clowns and shit? God damn it, man. Tony doesn't know how to book for shit. And so what hasn't been on the show? That's the main event. So is Bane and Harley Cameron next, or didn't we see all these matches? Or is this the main event? Jesus Christ. The scheduled match starts now. Yeah, so they let Bane and Cameron start now and just tank the fucking ratings. Not because they're shitty, but because Tony Khan doesn't know how to fucking book properly. Jesus Christ. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for nobody's favorite segment, and it is called the Sicko Segment. So we're going to end this one with a watch along here, but it was Tony Khan's birthday, which was also the Time Cop original release date. And in the second Time Cop, the Time Cop doppelganger, I call her Time Doppelganger or Time Koppeldanger. Time Cop. That's all I can say. October 10th. And then Will Washington says, fitting that Tony Khan's birthday falls on 10/10 because he's been a perfect boss and a genuine friend. And the reason we all get to work in this crazy, fun, and unpredictable company that is AEW. Happy birthday, TK. So, like, good wishes, but he's a 10 out of 10. Yeah, as a friend, guy. I mean, that's good. I don't expect you to bury him, but I'm also a Libra. It's my birthday this weekend, so pretty excited. Sicko Saturday is going to be a fun one this weekend for sure. Speaking of sickos, though, man, we have an arrangement of sickos here. So Thurston had this to say, okay, because there's people saying shit. We have sickos here. Saying if you haven't seen, so this guy here, Kenny Robinson says, right, that jackass doing a Pablo Torre deep dive analysis on AEW tickets, but I haven't seen him do any on the E. So we have sickos turning on Thurston. Yes, Thurston, come to the fucking, come to the dark side. Let the hate flow through you. But like, for real though, man, he is allowing people to hate on him now, and he is arguing back with some sickos, which I don't think he would do before, because they're saying he doesn't keep the same energy with WWE now, because again, they just twist and turn and say whatever they have to save face, and that's all it is with them. Like, it doesn't matter what reality is. They're just going to move the goalpost and say the next thing to just try and keep the AEW dream alive. But it's all cool, man. NXT, TNA, AEW, that's what it's all about now. And I can't wait till TNA announces their TV deal so that we can compare Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday ratings, NXT versus Dynamite versus TNA there. So either way, though, Thurston drops like 1,000 receipts on like, here's me. Here's where I dropped articles about all of this stuff. And then Thurston, though, this is what got me, right? So I bookmarked this, and no one's like talking about this really, right? He goes, but where's the follow-up? Because he's like talking shit to this guy. So let's scroll up here. He goes, if you haven't seen, you haven't looked, just a few. WrestleMania 40, SummerSlam 25, I criticized, or I wrote a ticket report, right? Royal Rumble 23. How Las Vegas got WrestleMania this year and got a $4 million tax break on top of it. And then Thurston goes, but where's the follow-up on the Las Vegas, given there's another WrestleMania set there next year? Good question. And he goes, I literally filed. Listen to this, man. He goes, no one knows this, dude. This is crazy. No one's talking about this. Thurston goes, I literally filed an ongoing lawsuit in August against the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority to compel them to produce government records, which they are delaying. Whoa!
You what?
What? Whoa, wait a minute. What the fuck happened? Where are you? He's got, listen to this. I literally filed an ongoing lawsuit. He's got a fucking lawsuit in August against Las Vegas Conventions and Visitors Authority to compel them to produce government records, which they are delaying. Now, it's funny because what are we looking at with Tony Khan? He tried to do something illegal in Texas. I believe, if my understanding, now again, I'm no fucking, this is South Park. I'm a dumb fuck. I'm a courteous. You don't listen to shit I say, okay? I'm the clown in the corner, right? But like my understanding of the legal shit is that in Texas, the guy said, I forget his name again, sorry, go back and watch the last show. In Texas, whoever the government official was that Thurston confirmed with what the turnstile count or what the real attendance was or whatever the fuck was like, no, they're not allowed to do, like, you can't do that. You can't fucking not publicly disclose this stuff in Texas. That's illegal. I think that's what he said. Maybe I'm off on that. But either way, Tony Khan tried to get like an NDA. He tried to NDA Texas or Arlington, right? The city, the state. I don't know how it works, right? But it's funny because people like roast him for that. But meanwhile, if WWE's doing the same, like Thurston's out here fucking, and he has lawsuits against Las Vegas for not releasing WWE shit. Where is anybody, wackos or sickos, melting down about this shit? You know what I mean? There's never the same energy for anything. And maybe people just don't know about this. But Thurston, like, bro, you being too goddamn serious, bro. I literally filed an ongoing lawsuit in August. This guy's filing lawsuits. I mean, I guess I appreciate that he's doing the work and trying to be honest about the numbers and shit. But at the same time, man, he just seems so butthurt over WWE, like revoking his media shit. And he just won't give up on like Janelle Grant and all this shit, the Ring Boy scandal still. And like, and then again, he's like doing lawsuits against Las Vegas and shit. I just think that's hilarious and cute. And yeah, so moving along here. Speaking of hilarious and cute, BJ Bethel is neither of those things, but at BJ Bethel tweets to Brian Alvarez. And Brian, by the way, trying Brian, are you guys ready for this? He blocked PWT. So that means he knows about flutes and he knows about Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week live Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern on YouTube. And there's a podcast version as well. But yeah, Brian Alvarez finally trying Brian. Blocked PWT. So pretty funny. But BJ Bethel says, where's the shit posting agents? They aren't around when these guys get screwed and have years added onto contracts, and they aren't around when their clients get left without income after wrestling on their dime. BJ, stop being retarded, dude. You mean like Ray Phoenix and how his contract was frozen and how everyone harped about it? The shit posters. You're shit posting, dude. They don't get outraged when this stuff Tony Khan did to talent they all got outraged about, and then he had to let Phoenix go and not freeze him like he was fucking planning on doing because everyone got outraged about it. You fucking moron. Jesus Christ, man. These people are so like, they're just fucking so disingenuous. Nicolo Piccolo says, I'm right here, dipshit, in Los Angeles, not Ohio. And I don't represent any of you. What does he mean? I don't represent any of the people you're talking about. Additionally, I'm a lawyer who also works in film, TV, all areas you know nothing about, but don't let that stop you. Go write about it on your Substack. Nobody reads. Oh, man. So, yeah, Fightful Select has learned that the Vision's attack on Seth Rollins was hinted at as a heavy creative pivot, and it was indicated that the Breaker split wasn't originally planned or in the cards until next year. Okay. And then Sapp quotes it and goes, specifically, Elbu had something of this nature, heard something of this nature prior. Specifically, Elbu, he like credits him. He heard something like this earlier to the injury. Obviously, he got fucking injured, and then like, just watch the show. Let's all enjoy the show. How about, right? Like, dude, he got fucking hurt. So now they're going to what their plan was down the line. We're all watching the show, baby. Hinted at it to what? Before he did the West Coast pop or whatever, or what is it called? The coast to coast, sorry. The West Coast pop. Rollins wishes. No, he did the fucking diving headbutt, which I went off on Rollins, by the way. Make sure you become a member, 99 cents. You get access to Member Monday shows. And I went off on fucking Rollins about this whole thing and the Vision, by the way. Voice of the Mark's Awful Wrestling taking a shot here at Voice of the Mark saying, aw. So Voice of the Mark's account suspended for, I guess this is like his third account or something, just being a sicko, I guess. And I just bring it to the show to remind you all, like, these motherfuckers be getting banned all the time for a reason, dude. Monday Night Raw, and this is according to WrestleTix, who for surely like confirmed to everyone they work for AEW without even having to do that. So we covered it on the show. Like, WrestleTix out of nowhere posts with like an asterisk or like a tag at the top saying free post, AEW ticket coupons inside, and it was a Patreon post. So did they mean free post for their Patreon, or on our Patreon we have codes if you're signed up for it, but this is an unpaid post for AEW? Like, what the fuck's going on here? And I think WrestleTix used to be called AEW Tix, but then the Tix sales weren't doing too good, so then they started covering other things. However, as I showed you all on this show, recently WrestleTix is covering Winnipeg Indie Battle in the Burt shows that Mercedes Monet's on. Why? Well, he's not covering them because Jody Threat's on the show or whatever. Like, why is he? I don't know, dude. Seems weird. But the tickets distributed, right? So this is for Monday Night Raw. A Raw, November 10, a month away in Boston. Tickets distributed, almost 10,000. You have to remember, too, when WrestleTix, I believe this is how it works as well. When WrestleTix posts this, I think there's like a 2-day window of what he posts might be 2 days behind. I think that's how these work. Okay? So when he posts, like, they're at 9,700. Let's say you're looking at it right when he posts it. And this was yesterday, by the way. So automatically you're like 2 or 3 days behind the time I'm reporting it, you know? But when he posts it, I don't think that's like that day live to the second tickets that are sold. Maybe I'm off on that. I don't exactly recall, but someone else like broke down how these ticket Twitter accounts like track this shit, and I don't think it's ever like live count up to date, unless it is. Maybe I misunderstood something again. I'm a dumb fuck. This is why smarter people than me come and break this stuff down. However, WrestleTix posts 9,700 for tickets distributed. They're set up for 11,600. The last time they were there, they sold about 12,300 tickets. So like they're set up for almost 12,000. They'll probably sell that out. They've distributed about 10,000 tickets, probably at the time of me reading this. The last time they were there, they did 12,300. It's a month away. They could still do 12,300 again. Conrad Thompson goes, surprising. Oh, come on now, Eric. That
come on now, Eric.
Is that not surprising to you? That we're selling tickets like hotcakes? Eric? Oh, that's not very fair, Eric, to say that me saying this is surprising isn't surprising. I'm not a sicko. I swear it. Come to WrestleCon. If you head down to savewithphil.com, become a member for only 99 cents. You can gift a membership too. That's not very fair. A healthy AEW is good for a wrestling business, but when WWE's on the decline, Eric, chat me up about how we can say fuck you to them. And so people just roasted him in the fucking replies here. So this guy goes, not really, when it's rumored as his last show. Mind you, he isn't even from Boston. Oh, no, this is Monday Night Raw. So this guy's like, it's his last show. No, it's Cena's last Raw, I think. Just my opinion, prices are too high for what could be an appearance. The dynamic pricing had nosebleeds over 200. Yeah, people just wait till the last minute, but they also almost sold 10,000 tickets. Like, what's surprising? I don't really know what's surprising about that. Yeah, with TKO, it's turned into a gate revenue over attendance numbers. Yeah, so people are siding with them, actually. People complaining about TKO increasing ticket prices, but here they are making them more millionaires. They sold 11K last year and looks like they're going to sell 11K this year. What's the problem? It's the cost, Conrad. $159 is the cheapest ticket. It's limited view. Yeah, so people actually are agreeing with him, but he did get ratioed into obliviacry.
Master need to obliviacry.
So CM Punk had to say this again on his Instagram stories. He says, we unfortunately have to have this conversation again. Do not turn up at airports. Do not show up at hotels. I cannot believe I have to say this. Do not follow people. You've repeatedly been politely told no. Respect it. You are not a fan. You are a stalker and will be treated as such. Respect the boundaries. Stop harassing people. And then people are like, bro, don't want to pay the price of being famous. And then some people are like, meet and greets and autographs signings exist for a reason. Do not harass people in public. Some people are like, I want fame and attention, but only give it to me when I want it. And then someone posted the picture of Punk meeting Stone Cold and being like, oh dear. No, dude, here's the thing, though. You guys don't get it. They track where the wrestlers are staying at. They show up at the airport. They show up at the fucking hotel. They show up. They know they're trying to meet them in between flights and all this shit. No, and then it's multiple times. Like, you just run into the same. Yeah, I saw you at the airport. Oh, now I'm in the hotel lobby you're at. And I'm saying hi to you again. No, that is fucking creepy. You fucking sicko, wacko motherfuckers. That's nuts shit, dude. And some of these folks use their kids as shields, dude. So this guy here, Jason G from the SAT, goes, bro has been... So this is just a sicko story. He goes, bro has been crashing out for 3 days calling me a pedo because he lost a wrestling argument. Yeah. Here's the whole crash out in 4K. Just remember, homie, karma is a bitch. Yeah, that's what they do. It's like calling people a Yahtzee or a P3DO. It's like, it's meaningless. You fucking losers just call everyone that all the time when you're angry at them. So it just means nothing, you know? Meanwhile, you have sickos, AEW sickos, literally being caught on literally people chained up in their basement torturing them and being caught on pedocatcher vids and shit. But yeah, dude, so sickos are going to sicko. Just funny. Jason G gives us lots of good fucking posts for the show, so I had to fucking shout him out one time there, you know? And so we have this video here called Just Incredible, at PJ Polacco, sinks to a new low. And this is James here and Stevie Richards' video, and we are going to play this. And I don't know where to put it. Miscellaneous news, I guess. PJ, just incredible. And of course, you know, he's pals with I have pals who are pals with fucking Just Incredible here. And I, you know, growing up, I always loved Just Incredible. I don't know, you know, if you go and watch on Patreon too, we have some stories. JJ tells some stories about him while we watch Tough Enough, and we talk about if he was really in the clique or not. Because there's stories, you know, Scott Hall's gone on record and said, yeah, he's really in the clique. But it's like, was he really in the fucking clique though? You know? And so I put it in the sicko segment because he's argued, he's had sickos making sickos and wackos and TNA holes. You know, people have made videos about him in the IWC. People have accused him of shit. He's accused other people of shit. You know, so we put it in the sicko segment here. And we're going to EFAP and dive into this video together here. And I did not previously watch this. I don't know what the new low is, but before we jump into it, in the thumbnail here, Just Incredible. He has a tweet that says, I hate to ask, I know a lot of you have certain feelings about me, but Thursday night I got into an accident. I've been in Philadelphia at a hospital. Since then, I've been discharged, but I don't have gas money to get home or trolls. If there's any way you guys can bless me, DM. So he's in a bit of a pinch and he's asking for money again. Let's see what James here and Stevie Richards have to say about it. Gotta like that music.
Let's move on then. Just Incredible. He did a post, I think, a couple of days ago as we record this. It's sort of in the latest of the long line of, as you know, just incredulous posts where he's asking people for money online.
Just incredulous. That actually rules. That's actually super funny.
Just Incredible has a very, very long history of scamming fans. I don't even want to say allegedly, because I think even he's admitted he's taken money from people and then not sent out merchandise. At least he said that. But you know, there's accusations of him.
And that's why it's in the sicko segment, okay? Is because like it's at that point where he's been involved in sicko behavior, not even allegedly, you know? It's like, are people being wackos and sickos or just trolls, man, when it comes to just like swindling them cold-blooded, you know? I don't know about that.
Not showing up to, you know, taking deposits and not showing up to, you know, shots, you know, wrestling matches or seminars or whatever it might be. It keeps on going. And then he did this post a couple of days ago, Stevie, if you would like to tell us.
And also like fool behavior, showing up blacked out, wasted on indies and shit like that.
What it is.
All right, I have the post here from X, and it says, at PJ Polacco, I hate to ask. That's how he starts all this off with. I know a lot of you have certain feelings about me, but Thursday night I got into an accident. I've been in Philadelphia at a hospital. Since then, I've been discharged, but I don't have gas money to get home or tolls. If there's any way you guys can help or any ways you guys can bless me, DM, prayer emoji, 2 pictures with electrodes that have been
with electrodes
reattached in the wrong spots.
Oh, so Dr. Stevie. Oh no. I know. Stevie Richards caught him. Oh no. Fire! So they reattach the, what are they called? Electrodes. Isn't that a Pokemon? And on the wrong spots, and he calls it out. It's like, bro, it's like Vince Russo, bro, when I told him to put the nameless formula in the syringe and inject Abyss with it, bro.
Yeah, you can see the residue in the middle one where it's been taken off and then put back on, but sort of not covering some of the residue.
The residue. Let me check my schedule for the residue.
And also, you can see that he's got mustard on his face.
I'm gonna say this right now.
He's got mustard on his face. Oh my god, dude! Holy shit, I thought I was mean. I didn't even notice that.
This, and obviously, this is one of those uncomfortable things. We've done the videos about PJ and kind of the plea and the challenge to him at the end.
Drunken mustard and shit, right? Having a fucking snack. He spent his fucking last bit of money on what? Like a hot dog at the 7-Eleven, and he's at the Circle K, and now he's like, oh, dude, I need, like, what the fuck? There's mustard on his face. It's residue. There's residual mustard on his face. Moutarde, as the French call it.
I'm never comfortable, and I still consider PJ Polacco of previous years to be my friend. What I'm looking at here and the repeated kind of Groundhog Day type posts and asking for money, things like that, it just breaks my heart. And I'm going to tell you right now, Nova sent me this the other day. And my answer was, I was almost tempted to help him. I don't know why. It's the same thing. It's the same pictures, the same story with different situations. But I was like, is this the one time PJ's asking for help that he needs it? Then I see that, like, he said he's been discharged. I think this is an amended post because I saw an earlier one where he said he was in the hospital. This is the one Nova sent me at the time, and it was on Facebook. He was in the hospital, and the comments were saying, dude, you're in a hotel room.
Oh, no. He got caught fucking in a hotel room, too. Just trying to raise the money for the telly, man.
I see the headboard. And then the previous post is him with a hat on, kind of tilted, saying, I need a motel room, as he's in the motel room.
I'm gonna blow your mind. The one with his hat on is after. That was posted the day after.
The Glizzies, they're raw.
Or at least October 7th. I'm looking at it now. That's October 7th with his hat on, saying, literally trying to get a motel for the night, please message me. He reposted the most unflattering. What's even sort of sadder is the first photo of the two. I think he's doing like the come at me pose that he did in ECW, but you can only see like the tips of his fingers. And of course he's wearing his rosary thing as well. His necklace.
Fucking Sherlock James over here, dude.
Which, and then afterwards, he reposted that several times, by the way, himself. And then afterwards, he's texted a picture of a car or screen grabbed a message, a post of a car that's really badly damaged at the front. Here's my question: why does he just want gas money or anything when that car will not be legal to drive on the road?
Because he doesn't want. Because he doesn't want gas money.
Liar!
Because that gas money ain't for gas, homeboy. Oh, man.
It's an excellent question. I mean, this is obviously the repeated, how should I say, the repeated things that are happening, a repeated occurrence. It doesn't add up. PJ just wants you to, and it's always in the past, the number amount has always been $40. From previous years that I've seen, that $40 number always, I don't know why there's any significance or what the cost of certain things.
It's because, and I'm going to tell you guys this. So in my life, I have known people for years, these two people, and one of them passed away, and the other one's still around, okay? But they were, I mean, they're, drinking lots and doing that, right? And that's what they always asked for too. $40, $40. Because $40 will get you a pack of smokes and some fucking beers or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like the perfect amount. It'll get you where you need to go and maybe get you whatever to get through the night or whatever. So that's why, Stevie, I'm just letting you know that, a little street tip there.
That PJ is looking to get is not gas and tolls. The toll thing is everybody charges toll by plate. So even if you could drive the car,
the $40 is just like you can get some beers and you can, you walk into the corner store with that and get enough supplies for the evening or whatever.
You don't need the toll money until you get home. You don't have to go through a toll booth and give cash. Most of them are cashless now, and they mail you the bill based on your plate. That's neither here nor there, excuse me. because PJ just wants the money. I don't know what to say at this point. This breaks my heart to even do this video after all this time.
Yeah, I don't mean to roast. Well, I do mean to roast him, right? Because it's fucking content here, but at the same time, like, I don't know, man. It's just at the point where, like, he's not gonna learn the fucking lesson. So I don't wish any ill will on PJ or Just Incredible. I don't know him like that. So Just Incredible. I don't. Of course, you know, we all hope he pulls through and makes it out the other side. But like, we gotta be able to laugh at this, right? Especially when he's fucking swindling people out of like 8x10s or whatever the fuck he's been doing, you know?
Because trust me, people have said in the comments, and I said before in a video, and Maven has said it on his video, this guy could be an incredible redemption story. He can draw so much. If he was just clean and in half decent shape, because that Memphis match was just scary to watch, him just on his back.
Tell people about the Memphis match if they didn't see it, because you sent it me or I sent it you. It wasn't even funny.
It was scary in a way, like, this dude's gonna have a heart attack. This dude has a leg that's not usable. Maven vouched for that leg being real, the necrosis and everything. He wrestled a hardcore match where even on offense, he couldn't even swing the cane believably at the guy's back. But the minute PJ was on
Memphis Wrestling, is that still Jerry Lawler? Does he own that?
his back, and this is the only analogy I could think of, he was a turtle on its back. He could not move at all.
And that belly is just tons of beer and like just sitting around and not doing anything and just tons of beer and alcohol. That's how it gets all like big puff beer gut. Randy from Trailer Park Boys got mustard and fucking hot dogs in there coagulating. Shout out J-Rock, J to the ROC. Those who know.
Then the guy just gave some kind of elbow where he kind of
got beers and hot dog buns and mustard all coagulating and shit. Motherfucker, J to the ROC.
protected him. 1, 2, 3, and it was over. And PJ continued to lay on his back where I said, is he having a heart attack right now? It was almost like he needed to be stretchered out. I don't know what it ended up being, but he could not get out of the ring on his own power. He could barely get into the ring on his own power. So, I mean, for Memphis Wrestling to book him after all that, and then he had other bookings, I don't know what they're doing. It could be like that Scott Hall thing from back in the day. Are we going to be the ones when PJ shows up or Just Incredible? Guess what? What are we doing right now, James? We're talking about it, and we mentioned Memphis Wrestling. I don't know.
I mean, it's the virtual panhandling thing, which has always bugged me. But I guess it's the delusion of, because he's deep in drug addiction. And he has been for many years. But it's that, and it's a common trait, I guess, with a lot of drug addicts, is that constant self-delusion and that constant and lying to yourself and then lying to everybody. Well, I know that I did A, B, C, D, E, F, G, but this time it's different. Or they think of a new angle just to get $40 from you. And once again, I'm looking at it at the moment, right now. 4 separate posts of the exact same post. I hate to ask, I know you have certain feelings about me, but put those aside, because on Thursday I got into an accident, etc. I've been in a Philadelphia hospital. Since then, I've been discharged, but I don't have gas money to get home or tolls. But then you see the car. Let's say you don't know anything about the guy. But then you see the car. There is no way that car's driving.
James is still hung up on the fucking car. Yeah, buddy, because it's not for the fucking car.
On the road.
And it's a shitty scam. He's got mustard on his face. The residue was on his chest, right? And the car ain't going nowhere. We get that part. We know that part because motherfucker, it ain't about the car ain't to get him anywhere. He fucking,
or he would be pulled over immediately, and say it's not roadworthy. So he doesn't need gas money. Because
he did that hardcore match, he'll hobble his ass to where he needs to get with the $40.
Ain't going anywhere.
Therefore, you don't need toll money because you're not driving through tolls.
Yeah, and you don't need toll money. Yeah, absolutely. And then it's literally trying to get a motel for the night. You're in a motel because you already said in the post beforehand that you've been discharged from the hospital and it's quite clear that you're in a motel from the headboard. But now he needs a motel for the night.
Okay, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it's not a motel where you're paying up front. He just gave him a card and then is like, oh shit, I gotta fucking, who knows? No, it doesn't work that way anymore, folks. But we're trying here, Justin Credible. We're trying to fucking help you. No.
Night that he's already in.
Yeah, because he doesn't give a fuck. He's drunk and wasted and boozed and pilled up, and he's all in pain from his fucking leg, and he's miserable. And in order to deal with all this guilt and shit he's going through, he doesn't give a fuck, and he's just scamming whatever way he can.
It's
unfortunate. It's incredibly unfortunate.
It's the self-delusion that I find.
He's got holes in his fucking brain from sniffing shit, I'm sure, and doing pills and drinking and shit. All that stuff combined, all that shit in your body at once isn't good, and it puts holes in your fucking brain. And he's unfortunately going through it. And again, I get why Stevie Richards may be a little fucking harsh about that at this point after, like he said, he's talked about this innumerable times.
Annoying. I'm not even upsetting or depressing. I find it annoying. It angers me.
It's insulting your intelligence and everybody out there, but it doesn't have to add up, because if he had common sense and he had forethought and he really saw everything for what it is, he wouldn't be in this position of being an alleged drug addict or alcoholic or both. But this is the thing. I told you just a few minutes ago what? It pulled on my heartstrings a little bit. Not the actual post, not the gas money, toll money, but it's like, this guy used to be my friend. I still consider that part of him to be my friend. Should I at least reach out to see what he needs? But I know the way the conversation will go. Number one, he'll be mad at me about what I said previous. Number two, he may even say, because of all the rotten things you said to me, you owe me money. You owe me this. Or I know that video that had me in it made you AdSense money. You need to pay me that AdSense money. You know what I mean? This kind of stuff here. Yeah. But as a friend,
but that's the manipulation. Yeah. That's what I find so offensive.
It's manipulation, and
yeah, that is pretty fun.
It's it could be somewhat successful, because my initial thought is like, should I at least reach out to this guy to see how he's doing? Maybe not from a monetary standpoint, but that's all he wants. The hook kind of worked for half a second on me. Could it work on 10 other people that say, yeah, but man, the guy's in a bind? PJ's one of those guys that would say, I'm starving, and you would say, great, well, hop in, or hey, what do you want? I'm going to get something to eat right now. No, just give me the money.
Yeah, exactly. So that's how you just know it's bullshit. Everybody knows people like that.
But you said you're hungry and I want to get you food. It's like, just forget it. Get out of here. Okay, well, I know you don't want it for food.
Everyone's come across, someone homeless or some shit like that in their life. And if you've been there and you made it the other side, that's good. But it's just that Justin Credible's had so many instances, and like a lot of people have reached out trying to help him. Like a lot have,
So,
and he ain't starving.
No, it's amazing. It's amazing. But at the same time,
they're roasted his beer belly. That's not very fair, Eric. That's not very fair, James.
Amazing and all.
James Romero. We're here. Sometimes bellies get big. It doesn't mean we work. I exercise. I get hungry still. Chat me up about what you think about Justin Credible's belly.
All the worst ways.
And if you can save 20% on Ozempic if you head on over to savewithphil.com.
I should say. But at the same time, here's what I wanted to say to PJ. I said a challenge before. PJ has a way to monetize his redemption story. Because in wrestling especially, people love to knock people down, like Taker, but people love a good redemption story.
Oh, yeah.
Don't they? People love the Scott Hall.
That's just good old America
story, the Jake Roberts story, a million other ones in wrestling. Even Glacier, that didn't have the problem. He just went away. Then there was that run for Glacier. They'd made the documentary, getting back in the ring. I'm not saying Ray was, but I'm just saying people that either aren't around or at their lowest point, PJ, like I said earlier, if PJ was even mostly clean, somewhat in shape, the world's his oyster. He can make a living based on that. He could do what we're doing and share stories about his addiction, overcoming it, all this stuff. I know people that are former wrestlers that are actually drug counselors now. There's actually a path to make money, make a living, and also be fulfilled at the same time. But he refuses to do it. If it's chemically addictive, I get it. But up here and your intention, you have to fight this, PJ.
Yeah, dude.
And he doesn't want to fight it. He just wants to be enabled, and he wants his $40 for gas and tolls. I should use air quotes.
Yeah, use the air quotes. Man, Stevie went off, but he's absolutely right. And I mean, I agree with him, man. I agree. Everybody wants to see him come out on the other side of it okay and on top and just healthy. Here's the thing. I don't give a fuck about like make a living doing. Just get healthy. Get your leg right, get just a job and you'll be okay. But yeah, the scamming or the reattaching the electrodes or whatever and all of that, I mean, that's definitely got to stop. And it's what Stevie said. It's intention and all of that as well. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was our okay, guys and gals and everything in between. What do we have? Kenneth Douglas has been a member for 7 months. Thank you so much.
Acknowledge me.
Folks, youtube.com/@ProWrestleTimes is where the replay will be for this. Consider checking out patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes for tons of exclusive shit, tons of exclusive watch-alongs and stuff like that. And also Dave Meltzer, Dumb Moment of the Week. The new podcast airs tomorrow, Thursday, every Thursday, live 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific on YouTube. And then there's a podcast version too. So make sure you guys put that on your podcast players, Spotify's, all of that shit. I appreciate you all for being here. We had a great turnout tonight. Round of applause, even with hashtag YouTube downtrending. I don't know what that was about. Round of applause for the PWT universe. I appreciate you all for being here. And an over 4-hour show. Amazing. So I'll see you guys Sicko Saturday. We're watching Wrestle Dream. Okay. So whenever the 0 hour starts, I'll be on. And what else? And then, of course, tomorrow, Dave Meltzer, Dumb Moment of the Week, 8 p.m. Eastern. You all know the drill. Until next time, I bid you adieu. Take care. Be good. Be good to each other. And yeah, man, lots of wrestler injuries. Kota Ibushi, a couple sad ones today. I'm just praying for everybody. Hope everybody does good as we enter the end of spooky season and into the holiday joyous season. I'm excited. Stay on the lookout for the Halloween special as well that I'm doing for you guys. I appreciate you all. Take it easy. I'll see you fucking Saturday. I love you, chat. You guys are goated, absolutely goated, and you know that. And get in the Discord. Ciao for now. See you in the Upside Down. Peace.
I look and see it's not just me.
Jack, why do you insist on doing this dumb internet shit on TV?
I look and see it's not just me.
This place is a fucking joke, man. You're a clown. I quit.
So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild.
No. It doesn't make logical sense, but it makes.
Well, yes, of course.
But it makes wrestling booking sense. Of course, this makes no sense. Of course, okay, it makes no sense. However, in pro wrestling booking, which often makes no sense, you would do that. It's about making money. It's not about anything else. Wrestling's always been about making money first and foremost. That's it.
I look and see it's not just me.
Last weekend was the greatest weekend in AEW history. This is the greatest week.
I look and see it's not just me.
My security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
So many others have stood where I stand. We are
It's a lot like one of my favorite movies, Time Cop.
What? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Yeah.
No! Damn it, God damn it!